Good evening, one and all. It's Friday, it's the end of the working week. It's time for us to jump into our Variety Friday. And yes, I am definitely early today. I figured, why not? Everything was set up. Let's go live a little bit sooner. And here we are in Magic the Gathering Arena. One of the many online ways of playing, but this one is nice and flashy and is where my online cards are at. So yes, indeed. Welcome everyone. Hope you're doing well where you are around the world. For anyone who ends up turning up on the normal time rather than the early start, I'm sure they won't be too mad. That's always a replay. Let me know. Is it a problem? But welcome on in. Now, by picking up on the stream title, where I say hopefully with less hair apparent, and Byte apparently, pun intended, loves hair apparent. Problem. Just problem, that damn card. For those of you unfamiliar, let me explain. If I bring this up real quickly here, I search hair apparent. Give it a moment. There it is. A 2-mana card, creature, which is a rabbit noble. It's a 2/2. When this creature enters, create a number of 1/1 white rabbit creature tokens equal to the number of other creatures you control named hair apparent. A deck can have any number of cards named hair apparent. So there's a few things going on at once here. First of all, it's a 2/2 for 2 mana. That's pretty standard fare. Actually a bit basic and low, to be honest, but that's where the rest of the other features kick in. When the first hair apparent enters, it checks for how many other hair apparents you have on the battlefield, and at that point, that's 0. Only this one hair apparent has entered. So it goes, aha, there are 0, so I do nothing. And then it stops. Now in Brawl, which is basically Commander rules but slightly different, there is no limit on the number of hair apparents you can have in that deck, whereas normally you'd be restricted to 1 copy of any non-basic land. You can have many of these. Now, you wouldn't want to have a deck which is nothing but this crescendo. You could have just this and planes, but I'd highly recommend against that, because you can get force multipliers. All kinds of different ones exist. For example, you might want to go for, in white, there is some lovely draw cards, like Caretaker's Talent. You might notice the rabbit on it, it kind of came with the same set. Whenever one or more tokens you control enter, draw a card. Triggers once per turn. Hair Apparent, when the second or more goes down, will create tokens. So now you get to draw additional cards off of just playing that card. And at its 3rd level, creature tokens you control get +2/+2. So all those tiny little 1/1 rabbits are now not so tiny little 3/3 rabbits. And you may have many of them. And it could scale up from there. And it's not just on tokens. You can have, I think, yep, here it is, Enduring Innocence. Whenever one or more other creatures you control with power 2 or less enter, draw a card. So you play your first hair apparent after this. Say there's been a board wipe, it's fine. You just put another one down. This triggers. So that's multiple different card draw engines there. Or you might have, oh, what's the name of it? Here we are. Delny Streetwise Lookout. Creatures you control with power 2 or less can't be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater, so now you can just get underneath them with all of your rabbits. And if an ability of a creature you control with power 2 or less triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. Your second hair apparent rabbit enters whilst this is already on the battlefield. It triggers, looking for any other hair apparents and puts down a token, and then it triggers again, putting down another token. Are you up to 3 hair apparents? That's 4 tokens. 4 hair apparents? 6 tokens. And so on from there. There are various other triggers and bits which can come into play with that, but suffice to say, hair apparent can just go wide, and stupidly so. And then to top it off, I should bring it back. I think this search should find them. Oh my, there's a few. This is one of the most perfect examples. Dark Wolf Seal, thank you very much for dropping your monthly resub over here at tier 1 up onto 16 months. Much appreciated, Dark Wolf. Much appreciated indeed. Cheers. So this here, Porcelain Gallery, part of a 2-part enchantment room. You can cast it either from your hand for the 6 mana, or when it's already on the battlefield as Dollmaker's Shop to open the other room, again for 6 mana. Either which way, it's just 6. Creatures you control have base power and toughness equal to the number of creatures you control. So if you've got Heir Apparent and 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 rabbit tokens out the wazoo, next thing you know, all those tiny little rabbits have suddenly turned into 15 15s. 15 of them. I shouldn't have to explain that that's a lot of problems. So Heir Apparent is a pain, because those little force multipliers and getting around the whole rule of you can have one of that card. You can't build an entire thing around that card. Yes, you can. When it comes to Heir Apparent, yes, you can. However, it is not indefeatable. If you remove the Heir Apparents as they enter, well, they're not going to start stacking up, are they? If you block them from accessing certain triggers, they're not going to start stacking up. Hello, Black Guy. Going alright here. Hope things are well for yourself. But my favoured way of dealing with Heir Apparent, my favoured way, and this did come up in games I've done offline, beautifully so. They thought they were doing well. They were stacking up the rabbits. They were ready to obliterate me. They were on the cusp of greatness. Until this arrived. Massacre Worm. Also 6 mana. When this creature enters, creatures your opponents control get -2/-2 until end of turn. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, that player loses 2 life. So if they have a rabbit and 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 a rabbit, all with 1 or 2 toughness, Massacre Worm will just wipe the board. And in doing so, every single one of those rabbits dying triggers off of Massacre Worm, causing the person who has summoned all of these rabbits to immediately implode. The last time I did that, they had 14 rabbits on field and 28 hit points. Bear in mind you start with 25. It perfectly set them to 0. Get screwed. So yes, there are counters. Board wipes, denials, those are your major counters. Don't let them get to the point of multiplying into a bajillion rabbits, because at the end of the day it's only a 2/2 when it enters for the first time. It's only a 2/2. When you cast 2 of them, you've got 2 2/2s and a 1/1. It's nothing special, but if you let them keep growing, then it's a problem. Fool's King, thank you very much for subscribing at tier 1. Once again, you're up onto a whole year. You've upgraded. You're no longer on mug, you're on a full pot. Fool's King, thank you very much for continuing your support on the channel here. Much appreciated. So today, I have a couple dailies to do. I've already re-rolled, and this is what I've got. I've got play 25 lands and kill 15 of your opponent's creatures. If I end up against a Heir Apparent deck and I get to play that Phyrexian Worm, well, that's going to be an instant win on the kill with 15 of your opponent's creatures, isn't it? Well, let's see how it goes. I intend to play, or at least start with, Black Death Brawl, a deck of my own making, which basically is trying to bring about death in Brawl in black. I'm not very imaginative with the name, I know. It's extremely descriptive, but it works! It works, and so we're going to see how well the setup works, as we are against Polocranus Reborn, a green-white commander I'm not familiar with. 3 mana originally, 6+1 Phyrexian white, in order to transform into a problematic Hydra. Okay, well let's not let them get that far, shall we? Let's keep this hand, I like this starting hand, we can work with it. Now throw this down, and I'm going to immediately pop this down and mill myself. And let's see, I lost a board wipe and a kill card. That is not what I wanted to mill. They've come out with a Hlanoa Elves, which is allowing them to begin potentially ramping up their mana. So let us drop this in tapped, pop down the Vat of Rebirth, and swing away, which they won't block, so I can start getting some work onto their face. They never would have blocked that because this is far more valuable than just killing my card. Far, far more valuable. Alright, their commander is out. Understandable. I'm going to respond to that by bringing this onto the field. Which is going to again throw some things down, and I can bring this particular one back. There we go. I'm not going to attack, hold that there, and this, when it runs out of counters, turns into a creature I can use. I hope I can deal with them before they pop off. They're already at 3 mana on field. Once they get to 6 mana, this can transform, and then things get really bad for me. Then things get really bad for me. There's 4, they're growing up their creatures. Will they attack? They will, okay, well I will take the free block on that, absolutely. Because, although it doesn't do anything to the commander, when it dies, I get to -1/-1 a creature. Goodbye, one of your bits of ramp. That was smart, wasn't it? Alright, let's pop down the command tower. I don't know why I have command tower in this, it's mono black, but at this point here, whenever a non-token creature I control dies, this deals 1 damage to me and I draw a card. I could go with that one. However, I think I need to go digging, so let's invest into digging. I really need to find ways to stop them doing their stuff. That can let me get there. That I can work with. And you know what? Given where my ramp is at, I am actually going to discard this one. I'm going to discard the creature. I know that might seem a little bit wild, but it is necessary. I've got 2 creatures down there at the moment. They are building up. They have got now 5 mana, so if I get rid of this, it will come back. Yeah, nothing I can do against that. I'm just going to have to take the damage to the face. My turn. See, now this is a nice one, but it doesn't work with their creatures all being well above its capabilities, so instead I'm going to come at this from a different angle. Pop that down. I could bring this out to play. I can indeed bring it out to play. And you know what? I think that might be a smart thing to do. They may kill it, but I think it's a smart thing to do. They are at 5 mana though, so if I don't slow them down... that's the problem. If I don't slow them down, they are going to become a problem. I don't know. I do need to go for this. Let's slow them down. Let's take out their commander, force them to spend the time to bring it back around. I'm hoping they don't just now protect it with their open green mana. Good. Good, good, good. Let's see what else have they actually got over there. Okay, 7 mana, horrible thing. 5 mana, 10/10. Oh, yikes. And yes, they do have a instant kill card in there. Okay. So if I had played the creature, it would have just died. Instead, I'm going to use the opportunity to sacrifice that, which will put a counter onto this. Draw a card, cycle round. Is that a card I want? Oh, hell yes it is. So Fraction Worm can go away, or Masker Worm, because it doesn't work against my opponent. There's no point bringing that one out. It would be nice to have it out. It does still have features, but it's not enough for what else I need to have going on, and this really needs to die. That also kind of needs to die, but this one's slightly more important because it's 8/8 now. Next turn it'll probably be 16/16. I need ways to deal with stuff, and I don't really have it, and that's not good. I think I still lose here. Yeah, I could have done with that being drawn rather than the land. I think I still lose. I don't think I can come back from this. I'm going to try it, though. Oh, God, yeah, no, if I If I play this, next turn he's just going to use Cosmic Hunger and win. No, wait, he can't. No, he can't. Alright, Valgoth. Well, that was really unfortunate. I managed to explore double land. Okay. That was a little unfortunate. Let's cycle this. Auto pay. That puts another counter onto that. Let's get rid of the blast zone. And end turn. So, this is probably about to become a trample 16-16. They might be wanting to use their Cosmic Hunger, but they can't because it would require targeting Valgoth, and they can't afford to lose the creatures to do that. To target Valgoth would require sacrificing 3 non-land permanents. They only have 3 non-land permanents, so they'd immediately lose everything in just trying to target it. Yeah, this is what they're going with. Makes absolute sense. Okay, broski. Was I talking for half a second too long? Christ on a bike. Alright, whatever. They lose, I win. They lose, I win, because they gave up. They saw that things had just suddenly gone bad for them. Oh, sorry, what was that from Twitch? Oh, fair enough. Okay. Well, that's one match down, I suppose. They went bigger and bigger and bigger until Valgoth came out, and then they couldn't. That ward is a very powerful ward. And so we have our next setup. With this, I'm actually happy to get started with this. This is good. Let's keep this. So what I can do here is turn 1, just put down the Vast Rebirth. Once again. We didn't previously use that one, but this can come in handy. Ooh. That's a nasty little bit of work. Now for turn 2, we've only got a 1-mana creature and nothing else we can do with it, so that is a little bit wasteful, but it's not the end. I see, they've managed to draw into that combo very nicely. I am starting to see a little bit of a Super Friend setup here. But it's all good. It is all good. Given the situation and given the kind of removal I'm going to need, I'm going to put down this. No attacks. So this will allow me to draw 2 cards per turn rather than 1. Unless they take it away from me. That works too. That definitely works too. Okay. Well, poop. Let's take less damage to the face. It's the best I can do. That puts a counter onto this. Scry, definitely put that away. I need better things than that right now. Their creature gets a little bit stronger. Oh, no, it only explored. I mean, they could have cast that at instant speed, but, you know, do it whenever they wish. Now with Ward 2 on it, and Ward pay 3 life, means it is unfortunately not something I can cut through right now. I only have 1 creature down here at the moment, so... and I only have 5 mana? Yeah. So I'm going to go with Shouldering. It's a bit of a crazy play at this point, but I'm going to go with Shouldering. Maximum value. Did Bro create a monster? Yes. That's a large part of what this does. Oh good, when something of theirs dies, it comes back as an angel. That's not good. They've chosen not to attack, fair enough. I'm going to pop this down. With now a total of 6 mana, I get the opportunity to summon 2 creatures at once. Sacrifices an artifact, a treasure token, putting another slot onto Battle Rebirth, and I'm going to hold from attacking because I need to threaten them. And that means holding my line together. I have to hope that I can hold the line together here. I'm the right arc angle. Shoot! I overextended right into that. Luckily, Vata Rebirth gives me things I can work with. Let's see here. Now, I have got 3 creatures down there. So I'm going to do is pop that in. And then... yeah. I think it's time to bring out Drivnod, my commander. There we are. Stream started early? It did start early, yes. That was intentional. So this is an 8/3 creature, but it's an 8/3 creature which I can make indestructible on demand. Okay, slightly painful. Passing to end step. They're not doing anything more, so I'm going to spend the life. This is going to hurt a bit, but it's necessary. Get rid of this one, and this one. Let's make this indestructible now before they do anything about it. Okay, those creatures are not going to be easy to get rid of, but I do have means to get rid of them. In fact, I can just get rid of them. Let's do that. Yeah, I would love to combo, but I just simply can't afford to. Because it's Shelly's down there, not the worm. If the worm was down there... yeah, I just have to work with what I got. Let's get rid of this one. Okay. Wow, I do not like that. And now let's force them to get rid of that creature. Then I can swing in. I'm still going to lose my commander this turn, because they're going to put down the removal. There it is. That takes off the indestructible counter. I'm not going to be removing that anytime soon, so I have to bring it over to my command zone. Okay. Now their commander cannot be killed by this. However, I can do other things here. Let's first of all put that swamp down. Let's not bring back Drivnod, because I can't make it indestructible again, but I can bring out Tiny Bones, and then spin this around to bring out Shelly. There we are. Hello, Radhika. How you doing? Okay, so now they have serious potential for life gain. Pass to blockers. I'm going to trade like that, because I want to keep Shelly around. They gain the life. I gain counter on this. They get their commander back as that thing, which is problematic to say the least. I need more cards, so I'm going to go digging for some. That is an instant, and it's an enchantment removal. I could have used that earlier. But it's fine. Okay. Let's think about my situation here. That enchantment is a threat. That enchantment is a threat. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to swing in with just Shelly openly. They won't block. Okay. They're blocking, that's fine. Let's take out that enchantment. I didn't expect them to block. I'll be really honest with you. I did not expect them to block there. Cool. So I've taken out the thing which allows their commander to just come back freely, so they have to spend the mana for it. Oh, god damn, it was a 2-2, but it instantly became a 3-3. That's no good for me. That is no good. Now let's see here. I've got 8 mana available to me. This is 6, that is 1, so I can put down that and that. Or I can play this one, bring back Shelly again. And then just this. Let's play this first, because I might end up getting a Velvethoth. Either which way I'm playing this, so let's just see what happens. Come on, oh. That's no good to me. That's no good. Alright. Let's bring back Shelly again. Ta-da! I don't know, Moon. I don't know. So good evening to you all the same. Okay, that's going to give him some card draw options. This is their commander full swinging. I need to deal with it. I know they gain health, but I just need to deal with it. And I will lose the Shelly for it. That's fine. I don't recall why they got so big. Yeah, I missed a bit why they got so big. What was it? Oh, it's this over here. Because they've got so much life, all their creatures are now just that much stronger. Shite. That's a problem. That is a problem. Okay, well. Gonna do what I can with what I've got. What I've got is not enough. I'm dead. I am dead here, aren't I? Shoot. Alright, 9 mana. Spend the 3 on this. Let's bring back Shelly again. And let's take out their biggest flyer. And I can't afford to do anything more with it. It's really bad. Oh, and they've got a Shelly now. No. Oh, that's bad. That is bad. And now they brought out their own faction arena. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I can trade this for that. But then I lose my Shelly. I can't risk that. I have to take the 7 damage here. Because if my Shelly's dead, this one's going to murder me for my card draw. You see? Oh, God, that's too close. Okay. We can put down extra land. Do this one because it surveils. Vein Ripper. Would have been nice to have, but throw it away. Okay. 10 mana to play with. This costs 6, this costs 7. So I just can't afford that. So let's put this down. That weakens their stuff just this turn, which is enough for me to then take out the flyer. In the process, knocking their hit points down a little bit, and I can hold on just a little longer. No attacks. I think I still lose here. I don't think I have enough hit points. Because I think what happens here is even if they don't swing... Yeah, you can't take my land. Even if they don't swing, I think what happens here is that I lose the life from my Phyrex Arena and the 2 from their Shouldered before I gain any life. So I think I just die here. The only way I live is if they swing with Shelly. They have chosen not to swing with Shelly. I have to block that with Phyrexian Worm. Let's see if I'm correct. Do I just die to the Shouldereds? Yes, I do. Hello, Yatta. First of all, thank you very much, Yatta, for subscribing up onto 45 months. Somehow I did not notice that one come through. Did we not get an alert, or did I just not pay attention to it? I was a little engrossed in not dying there. Yeah, we got an alert, I just didn't pay attention. I am very sorry about that, Yatta. Also, thank you. Glad you like the hoodie. There are these available over on the merch store for anyone who is interested in that. Yatta, cheers indeed. I got thoroughly bled out that match. Thoroughly bled out, and part of it was that overextension straight into Day of Judgment. I should have seen that coming. They had a reanimator, And then I was like, oh, let's just put down some more creatures. Should have seen it coming. Oh well. We go on to the next one. I tried removing as much as I could of their stuff, but it's just... They were better set up, they had the advantage. Delney Streetwise Lookout, this is going to be a Heir Apparent deck. I'm calling it now, this is a... It's a Heir Apparent deck and I have a Mask of Worm in my opening hand. Yes, keep. Let's get our first creature out. What do they open with? It's a rabbit. Yeah, we saw rabbits coming. Let's go into Arcane Signet. Give us a little bit of rampage. No attacks. 1 damage, 2 damage, 5 damage. Doesn't matter. Oh look, it's Heir Apparent. No one saw that. My entire plan here is to hold out until they've got their setup ready to go. They think they're doing nice and strong, and then BAM! Massacre Worm. Because that is 6 mana, and this is 5 mana. I'm hoping I can do this one, then that one for the double trigger effect. Go on, swing at me. I won't block. Coward. No attacks. They're going to build up. It's all Heir Apparent knows how to do. Yeah, swing that. This can still block. I won't, but it can still block. Yep, no, I'll take the damage. No blocks, I will take the damage. Look at this here. I can probably survive another round of them attacking me. I probably could. So what I'm going to do is cheekily... Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cheekily swing with just this one. They won't want to sack their commander for it. So they'll just lose the 1 rabbit, which works for me. Just take one of them out. It's fine. And we'll end turn here. Yep, more rabbits appear. That's fine, that's fine. And let me guess, more rabbits? Oh my, it's more rabbits, but they don't have haste. This all works exactly to plan. Let them swing. Doesn't want to risk the commander. That's fine. Yep, yep. Past the blockers. Now I'm going to take out that one, just to deny them it. They think they're in a very good spot now. They think they've got me pretty much overwhelmed. My turn. They are tapped out on mana. And this... Oh, this is exactly what I've been waiting for. Wha-bam! They're processing. They're about to put their commander back into their command zone. And then this is going to trigger for all of those creatures twice. They're probably just going to quit, aren't they? Let me have this! Let me have this! Yes! 30 triggers! Lose your 60 life. Yeah, you haven't got enough. Take that, you bloody rabbits! And that's what you get for playing Heir Apparent. Just one-shotted the daily of kill 15 of your opponent's creatures. That's what you get! Hard counted. Seeing that in the opening hand, knowing I had the mana, most likely, and certainly just enough delay to make sure I could definitely get there. Oh. That's exactly what that deck wants to do. No doubt about it. That is exactly what that deck wants to do. On to the next one. Alright, we're against In Situ with a Venser Corpse Puppet. If I recall correctly, this is Toxin based. Toxin, Lifelink, and Black Blue. Whenever they proliferate, they can either create a creature if they don't already have it, or they can give a creature Flying and Lifelink. Okay, this is a gentle opening hand. Let's keep this. It'll certainly allow me to grow into the next steps. We start with a Vat of Rebirth. It seems to be a pretty good place to start. Oh, hello, Valgafoth. You're on the wrong side of my cards. That's fine. Seeing as there's only one thing I can cast this turn, might as well put it in the tap land. They have their black blue. Out comes their commander. Okay then, well we can happily send that back to where it came from. Let's surveil one. Scavenger's Talent. You know what? This actually could come in very handy. So I'm going to leave that on top there. Let's get rid of their commander. Just immediately deny that. And just swing because I can. That's what you get. It's Liliana! Are you going to make me discard? Make me discard. Go on, make me discard. Go on, make me discard. Make me discard. You know you want to do it. Each player discards a card. Oh no, whatever shall I do? It's so good that they can't see the complete lack of a poker face over here. Alright then, let's pop you down. Do we go with a Shelly? Yeah, I think... As much as this would be nice, let's go with a Shelly. Just a little show of force, and then let's put some hurt onto Liliana to make it a little bit less easy for her to do what she wants to do. We're waiting, Queen. What are we waiting for? We're not actually waiting, we're going to keep playing. Now, if they make me discard this, I won't be too happy about that, because I did specifically not throw it away with my Surveil. Oh, they just completely skipped the use of Liliana at all there. That is good. That is good. Okay, well, let's pop this out, and Dripnod can enter the battlefield. Yes, so when Valgafoth is in the graveyard, it's not castable from there or anything, but it does mean that I can... Oh, so let's just try and murder Lily. Not going to let me murder Lily? That's fine. We'll still weaken Lily. Oh, they're going to put a bit more power back onto Lily, fair enough. But yeah, I do have various cards which allow me to reanimate things, which is kind of the idea here. I would like very much to reanimate Valgafoth. Now with my commander on field, if Greedy Freebooter were to perish... Oh, you took out my commander? Alright. That all still triggers though, so let's scry that down. I need something more effective than that right now. Oh, you know, actually, I'm happy with that one. We can work with that. There we go. Thank you very much for doing that. Player sacrifices a creature. Resolve. My turn. Okay. Let's bring this in as... impending. Yeah. And then we can bring something back to my hand. I am very much interested in... Let's see, I've actually got 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. It's not enough to go for Valgafoth. Let's stick with Shelly. Stick with going Shelly here. We'll pop this down. And then we will go straight into using those treasure tokens. Straight into Shelly. There we are. One creature on the field, another one preparing to enter in a few turns. We've got reanimation available to us. I know I could have brought back Valgafoth straight away, but what I want to do is basically burn up their kill options so that when Valgafoth's in play, they're just not ready for it. Now, if they use Proliferate, they can make it where this never actually turns into a creature. Slightly rough. Oh, that's nasty. Okay, that's nasty. They've just turned Shelly into an artifact instead. It's treasure. Now, they're discarding themselves. They're not discarding from me. They've given up on a Shoulder's Edict. Oh, no. Oh, that was a wrong choice. Oh, they have made such a mistake right there. They have made such a mistake right there. Okay. Well, let's play the land. Let's level this up. Let's sacrifice this for some mana, which is going to trigger this. I will take the mill. Oh no, my Shoulder's Edict. No! Let's spin this, and oh look, it's Valgafoth. Now, I know they'll probably use Liliana to kill it. That's the idea. I want them to use Liliana to kill it. You have 2 Planeswalkers, you can have any number of them. Oh, shoot. I realise I've made a mistake. I am the dumb here. They're going to proliferate, which is going to make it where Liliana's going to have an extra counter on it, so it's not going to suicide to kill my Valgafoth. Damn it! Ah. And because of this combo, they can now just... Ah, that's bad. That is bad. Alright. They've got me in a strong spot here. They've done well. You know what? Let's sack the food. Actually, if I don't hold on to that, I can level this up further and get value out of it that way. Destroy a creature or enchantment. Getting rid of that would be nice. But remove 3 counters among other artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers. Put indestructible on this, so they can block that. Ah, that's a problem. Okay. I need a careful play here. And I don't think I have one. They've got me good. Let's see. 4 mana, 3 mana, 6 mana. Blaststone can't deal with them. They're all separate mana values. Let's cycle this around. Let's bring out... Damn. I don't have a good option. Let's bring out Valgafoth again. There we go. Let's level this up. Sacrifice 3 of a non-land permanents, bring something back. I could sack all 3 of those and get another creature out. You know what? I'm going to do that. Double up the creaturing. Let's bring out Vein Ripper. And let's mill again. And let's mill again. And let's mill again. I don't mind this amount of milling. Cool, there's a whole bunch of creatures down there, which means I can bring out Drivnod and make them indestructible, most likely. They've got some targeting they're planning here. I don't like that too much. Because if they have a targeted kill spell to hit Vein Ripper, they'll still have to sacrifice a creature to do it. They can't easily take me out. But I have thrown away pretty much all of my reanimation to get 2 out at once. Yeah, forced me to sack a creature, which is why I went to the effort of doing 2. Mill some more cards. It's just useful to me. Sacrifice 3 non-land permanents. So if they want to cast that, they have to get rid of basically everything. Oh! What? They just gave up. Okay, so enchant creature. When it enters, tap it, then proliferate. Doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. I mean, valid. That would absolutely screw me up on that side of things. But they just realized in order for it to land, they would have to sacrifice this, this, and this. There is no getting around that. Because this has sacrificed 3 non-land permanents as its ward, either they basically waste the casting of that spell, or they lose these 3 items straight up. And losing that 3, that loses their entire proliferate circuit they were looking for. I've denied them getting any toxin on me, so all these proliferates up to this point weren't killing me. And this would only tap, which they wouldn't have known, but I do have Destroy Enchantment here, so I could have immediately then blown that up next turn. So, yeah. They were out of options. I don't know why they thought of even trying to cast it. I guess maybe finishing it daily, but they got denied. Valgathoth is an absolutely terrifying creature. And there we go. Another daily complete. More and more gold acquired. I should probably open some packs at some point, shouldn't I? I'll get around to it. I'll get around to it. So evil? It's not evil. It is enjoying and indulging in success. If they weren't attacking me, if they weren't choosing to join this queue as my opponent, I wouldn't have to go to these lengths to deal with them, would I? And need I remind you, they were destroying all of my things and forcing me to sacrifice all along there. I was reanimating, I was bringing things back from the dead. How does that make me evil? Alright, they've got Campbell Profiteering Mare, a 3 mana token-based commander. Whenever tokens enter, they gain life, I lose life, and if I am the one generating tokens, they get copies of them. So, that is a little bit painful, but we can work with this. This is not the best opening hand, but it is very workable, so I'm going to do that. Let's get the Vata Rebirth down. Turn 1 for the 3rd game in a row. It's been doing some absolute work for us. I'm going to get it to do some more. And for their opening, they're going to Surveil. They're happy with what they saw. I don't like that. Let's put down this, do our own surveilling. Let's send that straight into the graveyard. That powers the commander. They skip their turn 2. I've not drawn a 3rd land. That's bad. That is bad. Now I'm missing ramp. I'm missing the mana card. I can immediately kill that, however, which will hopefully take a big swing at their entire deck style. There's my 3rd land, thank you. We can get a creature out now. This one is a Death Touch Flying Lifelink. A little bit of keyword soup going on right there. But it means I can fly over them and gain life for doing so. Or be very threatening to any free creature. However, they have other ideas. My creature is now gone. Well, pooped that. This is a little bit expensive, but it's mostly there for things that absolutely have to go and never ever come back. This one can be a bit of a problem, so I'm just going to remove it now. Don't let them scale up. There's not really much else I can do. I can have a oh god. Whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. He is going for that circuit. Granted, I've got that same card in my hand, but still. He's also got Shouldered. And Buff Light. Oh, that is... Oh boy! This does not look too pretty. And they've got mana to make their things happen. Let me guess. Shelly? That feels like a Shelly hand, even though it's not all of their mana. Oh no, Exemplar of Light, okay. Not what I would have expected at this point, I'll be honest with you. But it's fine. It's absolutely fine. I can counter that with a... Let's see. Yep, I can counter that with putting out my own Bloodthirsty Conqueror, which will probably inspire them to put out their own. Oh, no, they've drawn a kill card. Well, poop. Hi, Shelly. So Shelly's going to bleed me out. I'll just have a look as to what I've got here. This is not too great. Yeah. Let's go with Drivnod for now. Because here's the thing, is that I kind of slightly expect Drivnod to die. And if Drivnod would die in a way that is not helpful to me, I can sacrifice it for card draw. Although I am against a Sheoldred, so that would be mildly suicidal. But yes. I would very, very much like to deal with that. Oh, God, there we go. That's going to swing. Are you going to swing with Shelly? Of course not. They know that Shelly is a big threat to me. Let that happen. They gain life. That gets a +1. Resolve. My turn. Draw a card. Really not what I need right now. Jesus, this is bad. This is bad. This is really, really bad. This is really bad. I think I've just lost. I don't think there's anything I can do on this one. Yeah, they've got 13 damage flying. Even if I take out Shelly, this, they can still just swing and murder me. If I don't take out Shelly, I'm going to bleed from the card draw. I don't really have an option here. I'm going to do the best I can with what I've got. Let's destroy that one. If they can protect it, I definitely have nothing. Good game. I'm out. Ah! Their deck, it was more the fortune of drawing some absolute heavy hitters and a couple kill cards or removals. And I didn't have much of a way to answer that. I had very expensive removal, and one other cheaper one which I spent on their commander. I didn't really have a lot to work with. And then Sheoldred specifically, and I've got no cheap creature to throw my Corrupted Conviction onto. I just did not have a means to go through my options, and they just drew big. This is one of those situations where neither of us really could have played it differently. We just got our hands, and that's that. You can imagine in there, they could have a whole bunch of either card draw, they could have a whole bunch of removal, they could have ram, protection spells, and then just have never drawn these powerful creatures. But instead they drew these. And that's just game. That is just game at that point. Alright, I'm going to be back in just a moment, and we'll continue our grave robbing silliness right then. See you in a sec. And we are back. Alright then. Let's continue being a bit of a problem. It's fun being a bit of a problem with this deck. Except for, you know, when it absolutely utterly fails because my opponent has super friends, but it's fine. Harbin Vanguard Aviator, a blue-white commander. Human soldier, whenever you attack with 5 or more soldiers, creatures you control get +1/+1 and flying until end of turn. So the idea is to not let them have that many soldiers. Okay. Let us take this. It's not the best mana curve here. That could be better. Let's just help this. Hello, Sander. Welcome on it. Just help Kelton create a blender in Warframe. Fair enough, there are quite a few. Okay. Let's surveil. I really want that swamp, so I'm going to leave that there. And seeing as I don't want to throw away the swamp, I'm not going to go for the mill card here. I'm going to put down Valgafoth's Faithful instead. No attacks. Give me a chump block against a copper coat. We'll take it from there. Now, this Valgafoth's Faithful does kind of show off to them. I am absolutely open to reanimation. You don't play that card unless you intend to reanimate. And yeah, they're having none of it. They don't want to feed into me. That is fine. Now, that is a protection thing, so if I can get rid of it now, that would be great. I've received the land I was waiting for, so let's take this out. Beautiful. Let's throw this onto the field. Self-mill. Again, not creatures. God damn it. I prefer it when it mills creatures. Not things I might like to play later. But, you know, it's a gamble with milling. It's a gamble. Whenever this attacks, another type creature you control gets +1 and indestructible until end of turn. Let's not have their commander become indestructible. That would be problematic. So, with my 4 mana, let's just remove that. Forever. Have a look at their hand. They've got Counterspell in there. This may come in as a copy of another creature they control. And then land. Okay. Well, they won't be able to copy a legendary creature. So that is good. Seeing as there's not much for me to block with the freebooter, I might as well swing in with that one. Oh, they're going to let me have it. I was going to say. I was going to say. I didn't expect them to actually let me have the Scry and Treasure token there. Just played their land down. They've got unknown cards and then 2 cards I don't like the look of. Okay, they've lost their ability to play Counterspell. In trade-off for being able to play that. You know, fair enough. This does give me the freedom to block their commander with a Flying Death Touch Bloodthirsty Conqueror. I'm not against. Let's get that on the field. It's not the time to bring out my commander because otherwise, I mean, they could just duplicate to become a threat. Let's send the green freebooter in. They are going to block it this time, which is going to let me scry. Variable Rebirth, it's a bit late for that. I need something more powerful. Let's put that on the bottom. We get our treasure token. And let's cross our fingers here. If I had the card draw going, I would have left the Vat of Rebirth there, but I really need good answers to what my opponent is doing. And that is not a good answer. If they've drawn removal and can take out my Bloodthirsty Conqueror, I'm really in a bad spot. Okay, they've made soldier spells cheaper. They've made them double cheaper, and now these are all a whole bunch of soldiers, so they can fly over me with the next one. Okay, is there anything worth reanimating? Nope, I didn't mill into anything worth reanimating. Let's... Oh, I should have kept that swamp so I could have... Okay, we're going to pray here. We're going to pray that I can discard something worth using the Faithful on. That was not something worth using the Faithful on. Okay. That is bad. That is very, very bad. No attacks. End turn. Okay. I guess I die here, to be honest. I guess I just die. If I'm not going to draw my answers, I'm just going to perish, because they can fly over most of this. I can trade Command for Conqueror, but that's it. Oh, they didn't want to swing into that. Okay. Not what I wanted. Let's spin that around. Good. Alright, let's discard that. We've got a kill card. We can hold on to the kill card. Let's see. How much mana would this take to cast? I would still have 2 treasure tokens left over. Let's get that on field. They can afford to counter that, however, so that was slightly silly. Except, it means that I can now use this safely. So, yeah, let's let that resolve. Actually, I don't want to risk them getting another counter spell. So let's take this out now. I don't want to risk them getting another counter spell. You just know they would top deck one with full mana and then I perish. No attacks, we hold the line. Yeah, I know they can bring that back. Oh shoot, this one doesn't have to attack to do it. I messed up. Alright, take out the biggest thing I can. Yeah, I still died. I don't think I had an option there. No. The best I could have done would have been to have killed that at the start of their combat, knowing that they didn't draw anything for it, but there was no way for me to know. That was my only option, and even then, I was just buying time. I was on the back foot. Oh well. I tried milling, tried finding something I could reanimate to be worthwhile. I literally did not find a reanimation target. So, sucks to be me. So many options, none of them there. Ah well. Alright, what do we got on this one? Excellent, we can start with a Bilious, go into an Arcane Signet, take it from there. It's only 2 mana to start. Arcane Signet can give us a 3rd one to play with straight up. We are up against a commander which loves to assist them on card draw. Especially if they have a lot of land. Okay. Lots of draw, lots of land. Let's get to work on trying to undermine that process. And we have got a lovely 5 mana card over here, Painful Quandary. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, that player loses 5 life unless they discard a card. As much as they're going to have plenty of card draw in the future, we could still certainly make them regret what they cast to get there. What have you got for 1 mana? Alright, fair enough. Well, thank you. I still have the mana available to put that back. Sure, I guess. That might have been the worst use of a bounce card, but I guess they were just that scared of the toxin. As they should be. I've not drawn land here, so what I'm going to do is just swing in. They probably won't block. Excellent. Bam. And now, we're going to go for a... We're going to go for a Tiny Bones. Because I can keep some land available to me to use Corrupted Conviction if this guy tries to remove one of my creatures. If he ends up with any permanents in his graveyard, then Tiny Bones can go ahead and try and use those, but... Oh, hello. Centers, may sack a line if you do, search for up to 2 basics. On battlefield, taps and shuffle. Okay. Yeah, that's some good ramp and fix right there. Very good. As to attackers, they do nothing. Alright, I'm going to use this opportunity to get that card draw. Bilious can go away. I need options. I need mana. I've missed one land drop. Not going to miss the next. That's good. Okay, with that on field, I can take the opportunity to... Let's see, I've only got 4 mana available to me here. If they want to draw lots of cards, I'm going to make them have to put in the effort to make it safe to draw cards. Yep, so now they want to get that going straight away. This is good. Now this did cost all of my mana, so Tiny Bones can't do anything useful. I can swing in for 1 damage. 1 damage might make the difference. Decline that because I can't cast it because I have no mana. Now, surely they can kill Shady straight away. Yep, there it is. They've killed Shouldered straight away. That was very expected. But I forced them to have to do that. That's the value there. Interesting process. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. I think best way forward is to burn their life or burn their hand. I genuinely think that is the right choice here. No attacks to make it where they don't want to attack. Or again, they have to work to do it. I'm hoping they don't immediately remove that Painful Quandary, because it's not a cheap thing to cast. It's 5 mana and a whole turn, effectively. Ah! But they are trying to keep their cards. I can burn them down with this. They are spending quite a bit of life to do that. Yeah, go ahead and draw. That's going to cost me another 2 life because of Enduring Tenacity. Understandable. Okay, so 5 mana to play with. I think an Unstoppable Slasher. Yeah, Unstoppable Slasher. And a Greedy Freebooter. Do they have anything 1 mana in here? They don't. I probably shouldn't have played the Greedy Freebooter, because I could have taken the Mosswood Dread Knight. That's fine. I won't attack with the Tiny Bones again to keep that Death Touch threat. I know I've got Unstoppable Slasher as well, but more threats means more they have to work to remove. Speaking of removing, Painful Quandary is now coming back to my hand, but they have to either discard or lose 5 life for the privilege. Very good. That is not a good card for me to steal. I'm burning up a little bit here. Not a fan of that. Oh look, they've got their own Greedy Freebooter. Oh. They're immediately going to sacrifice it, get themselves the card draw. You can see why they immediately had to kill my Shouldered. Let's see, they are up to 7 lands. They're almost at the point where they can double utilize that, which is not good news for me. Got my land drop. I really want to put Painful Quandary back on. I really do, but that's going to cost me basically all of the mana. But it does slow them down. And slowing them down is what I need at the moment, although this... Actually, I've just realised the threat that is. If they can triple land drop with this, that goes 4, 8, 16, 32. It needs to be dead. That needs to be just dead right now. What they got in here? Destroy all legendary, destroy all non-legendaries. Oh, that's not good. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. Okay, well that would have killed Painful Quandary. I took the right choice there. Let's pop this on the field. And looking at it, I'm actually going to take this swing there, because that'll drop them down to 5 health. I don't want to swing with everything else, because I need them there as threats and utilities. But that little bit there does bring them very, very close to death. This can take out the Arcane Signet. Oh, no, they're going for the Collector's Vault. They don't want me to have more card options. That's cute. They are probably going to sack that straight away. Because they've got 8 lands, they can do the process twice. They're going to destroy legendaries? Non-legendaries. Interesting. Well, thank you for the opportunities. Let's not keep that one. Darn, didn't want just land. That puts me on 7 mana. This is 5, this is 5, this is 3. I needed 8. Dang it. I can, with that 7, go and steal something from them, though. So I can, for example, destroy target artifact or enchantment. That'll cost 3 out of 7. It leaves me enough to still put down that as well. What others we got in here that might be worthwhile? I'm gonna go fishing through their graveyard for a bit. Yeah, I think that's the one. Reclamation Sage. Cool. Gimme, gimme, gimme. 1 Reclamation Sage. Cast it. Auto pay. Let's get rid of that Enduring Tenacity so it doesn't bleed me out. Yes, take the action. Cool. And... oh, I have got a treasure token. I can still play this. Oh, well, let's do that then. I think that's the right play here. Yeah. There we go. I miscounted my mana, but it's fine. It worked out. I was going to play that, but seeing as I don't have to. Still force them to discard first. Works out for me. Just things to weaken their choices is what it comes down to. They're going for the card draw. It's going to give them 2 card draw because, again, they've got all the land for it. And I take the damage, but that's now tapped. Okay. They do still have the mana to reuse the Mosswood as its venture. They've chosen not to. They can still do it next turn, but yeah, they've chosen not to this turn. Okay, 7, 8. Definitely actually 8 mana this time. This is 5, this is 3. That works. Yeah. I would like to take out that Mischievous Mystic, but I don't want to do it at the cost of Tiny Bones, do I? I mean, I can still bring back something else. Nah, but is there anything worth bringing back? Well, I mean, I could take their Enduring Tenacity, yeah. Let's try that. Will they let me just take their Enduring Tenacity? Swing in. Because they are low on hit points too. They're going to take the damage. So yeah, let's put this on field, because whenever I gain life, they lose that much. Now, if this does die, it will go to their side of the battlefield, which is not great. Let's put this on as well. Oh, shoot. Well, that's not good. That's not good. I've just given it back to them. That wasn't supposed to happen. That's not in the script. Blast. So now that's going to hit me for 4 damage when they draw their second card. Which is there. Yeah. This is not going the way I need it to. I'm on 3 hit points here. They've chosen not to attack. Okay. There's nothing I can really do to change the fact that they have things. The best I could do is hit them so hard that they can't come back from it. I have got 3 Death Touch creatures, but that'll be trade for a token. I'll gain 2 health. This one will probably slam into that. This one will probably slam into that. And he'll still have 5 on field for damage. No, I've lost. I've lost. Unless he makes a misplay, I have now lost. And of course he's got a counter spell. Oh, I can afford to pay that. Okay. It lives. Somehow. It lives. Alright. Given the situation I am in, I am actually not going to attack whatsoever. No, I need to attack because I need the hit points, because if he draws double, I lose. So, I need the hit points. I feel like he could have done that after declaring the block to deny me the hit points. Because I didn't even think about that. Oh, you bastard. He's drawn cards on my turn, so this triggers again. Good game. Good game. Well done. Yeah. Once again, my removal options were pretty damn shit. Where were they? I drew a third of my deck. And my entire removal was this. I have more removal than this. So as much as Painful Quandary was trying to shut them down, it just wasn't enough. They managed to deny it multiple times over, it just wasn't enough. But yeah, I think taking that Enduring Tenacity, that was a bad idea on my part. I got a little greedy taking that, thinking I could use that for my own purposes, but in the end, it allowed them to bring it back and hit me with it. And that's what killed me, so that was a misplay. I was lacking removal, but that was a misplay. They didn't have the best of creatures for me to take. Another one of them was when it dies, it comes back slightly differently under its owner's control, which means it would go to them. That was not the best of things to steal, but yeah, still a misplay. That's the way it goes. When decks are pretty well balanced against each other, it really does just come down to 1 or 2 mistakes is enough to sink you. It's usually the one mistake. Oh. Liliana of the Veil, a 3-mana mono-black planeswalker where when it enters it can immediately force you to sacrifice a creature. I am going to want to have a lot of creatures. This is not a lot of creatures. So let's free mulligan. This is also not a lot of creatures, but at least this one cycles into more creatures, so we'll keep that. Opening swamp. Sacrificing gets around the indestructible of my commander, which I am not happy about. Alright, Innocuous Rat, let's get that on field. Might as well get started with it. Bandit Talent, gonna force me to discard. Yeah, this is an expensive way to bring things back, so let's just get rid of that one now. There we go. Given that that could be very, very nasty in combination with Liliana, I am immediately going to remove it. It is terrifying. Let's get a little hurt on them, why not? Hello, Ozzy. Doing well here, hope you're doing well yourself. So no doubt my opponent is likely considering playing Liliana now because my hand size is getting a little bit low and they're going to want to start to force it to 0. Taking this away from them takes away a big part of this whole deck's combo potential. Yeah, they're definitely going to want to maybe discard because there's no point going for sack on the rat. It'll just give me something bigger. There we are, yeah. And because I'm discarding, I'm going to get rid of this because they've not yet played a creature in it. So why not? Surveil, let's see if we can find something worth digging for. There's more land to be found. This is not the way I want to find land. Now, if I play the Collector's Vault and they force me to discard again, I lose my Painful Quandary. Which might be for the best? It's hard to say. It is hard to say. At this point, I am going to hold it. Let's go for the swing there. Yeah, and let's charge this up. Let's build this as a way to hit Lily. Because once I get that to 3 charge counters, I can take out all 3 mana items, and that can include Liliana. I don't know if they're going to have much more in the way of 3 mana things. They probably won't, but it's a way for me to remove that damn commander. Oh, they're going for the sack creature. That's curious. Okay, well, I'll Manifest Dread. Neither of these are creatures. And it's a shame I'm going to lose that one as well, but it is what it is. That's a Planeswalker removal, damn it. But I've not lost either of my cards, which is for the better. Oh, they've gone for the double kill. Fair enough. Fair enough. Quandary. Black doesn't have a lot of enchantment removal. This can hurt them. Now, if they do have one of the couple enchantment removal cards, then fuck me, I guess. They are. I'm hoping they don't draw it. They're already mousing over it. They are still looking at it. I hope they're just curious as to what it does. Okay, good. Good. This is a good start. They're casting things, they are taking damage from it. Ah. Cheers, Tyken. We'll win some, we'll lose some. It's the way. If I won them all, it would be unfair. Alright, so we're both discarding. They've got rid of Gix Command. Ooh. I don't know if that was the right call, but it is the call that they've made. Now with Liliana up onto 2, she can force the death of my Dripnod. What I'm going to do instead is charge this up to deal with her. So at this point, if she does a discard, she only hurts Scrawny here. If she does nothing, Scrawny's gotten no closer to winning. Oh, that's another Planeswalker. Ah! That's a 6 mana Planeswalker. I'm definitely not getting Blast Zone up to deal with that. Yep. They have emptied their hand of cards. That's not so great. I definitely need to kill Liliana before I play this, although Liliana will just come back. Shit. Oh, they've got me good on this one. I'm not drawing enough. I don't have my card draw engines. Shit. And they've got 2 different ways of making me sack. Fuck Liliana. Alright, let's just put it out there. Let's just eat the sack, as it were. It's not a lot I can do about it. I'm not drawing the options that get past discards. So I'm just going to have to eat it. Yeah, we both sack creatures. There goes those. They get to draw a card. Good for you. Now, if they're happy with those cards, they might not tick up Liliana, the smaller one. Yep, they're not ticking it up. That's good. Okay, let's get rid of this one. Beautiful. They've got destroy and return. Okay. What creatures can they even return? None. Excellent. End search. This is good. This is very, very good. So they've got 2 cards which are basically useless to them at the moment. I know that one of them is a targeted kill card. I can get around that, but they've still got this guaranteed sacrificial outlet. But I've taken away their other big commander. What is that? Okay. That's giving them more card draw. Not great. They've gotten rid of their Zombify, which, fair enough, it was a dead card to them. This is currently a 3-mana... Oh! It's currently a 3-mana item because it's not got the other room opened. Which means, as much as I would love to play that, I believe this should destroy both Liliana and the enchantment. Yes! That takes away their card draw, and it hits the commander. I do lose a land in the process, but that is absolutely worth it. I'm slowing down their own recovery from their discarding. If they want to play Liliana now, it's going to cost them 5 mana, it's going to cost them either 5 life or discard, and even if she then immediately forces me to discard, I lose a Massacre Worm. She's not really playing into a Massacre Worm setup, so it's not the worst thing to lose. Instead, Preacher of the Schism. Okay. I wasn't expecting that, I will be honest. They take the damage as well for it. Ooh. Let's see then. Whenever one or more creatures I control die, create a food token, and I can level up into whenever I sack a permanent, target player mills 2 cards. Okay. Let's get this on field first, actually. Let's get this on field and level it up once. Because I'm being forced to sacrifice so much stuff, being able to then utilize that to generate things for me seems like a good idea. So let's do that. Now, they will, when they attack me, they're going to create a 1/1 vampire. Oh no, that's not good. Oh, that is not good. Okay, so Fire Extian Obliterator. If anything deals damage to it, the thing that dealt damage to it loses that many permanents. Oh, it's been a while since I've seen one of those, and I do not like it. I do not like it. Luckily, they're not got any green cards, so they can't make me fight it. Let's put this down. Make them lose at least a little bit of life. And it puts something that they want to interact with on the field. No, they're interacting straight away at the cost of some life. Oh, damn. Alright. They have many more options than me right now, but they are running lower on said options. And I do have 3 creatures in here. Damn. Only 3? I'll have to do. Now they have to discard to cast, because otherwise they die. They lost Duress. Well, I didn't have anything in my hand anyway, so whatever. That doesn't gain them any life, so next turn, if they've only got 1 card, they can't actually cast with it. That Fire Extian Obliterator needs to be obliterated. Thank you very much. We'll be having none of that on field still. I could level this up, but I don't have the permanents to reanimate. So instead, I'm going to simply end my turn, and I can generate some food, generate some life from my food. But yeah, they can't cast right now. This is what the Painful Quandary is doing to them. They cannot cast. They can't afford to. I'm just going to sacrifice this now. Mill 2 cards. Yes, please. Creatures. Those aren't creatures! Those are cards I actually wanted. God damn it, that was unlucky. Now they can cast, but no, they still can't cast because it would kill them. I can work with that. I can work with that. We sack this. We bring back the Massacre Worm. Multi cards. Again, what was that? There's Tiny Bones, it's a creature. Bop bop. Ah, dear. So again, they cannot cast. No, wait, no, they can cast. They have got 2 cards. They can cast one to discard the other. Or they can use this to force me to sacrifice. Yep, there goes Massacre Worm. That's fine. I'm still holding up on top here. I'm gonna mill. That is another creature card. Okay, so I can bring out a Drivnod. Well, he can't use the card draw effect on that because it will kill him. Don't do it. Don't try to draw the card. Good. That'd have been very embarrassing for him had he tried to draw that card. Let's do this. I win. Sacrifice 3 non-permanents to bring something back. Yes, yes, yes. Let's bring back the Massacre Worm! Good game. And he loses 2 life. I love this card. I absolutely love this card. You want to keep making small fry to get in the way? I will keep on killing them and I'll make you suffer for it. Ah. That's what you get for playing a Liliana deck. Because if you're not in a situation to deal with that, then you will... Oh, what was that achievement? If you're not in a situation to deal with that, they basically empty your hand and then leave you just suffering. You don't get cards to play. They just take them all away from you. Make an opponent discard the last card in their hand. Okay. I guess that's the first time I've done that since they introduced these achievements, which is not that long ago. Opponent must discard at least 1 card. Wait, yeah, no shit. Alright then. Oh, the Fire Extra Worm is absolutely goated. Absolutely amazing card, love it. There are ways to make it where it triggers multiple times on entering, and so you can give your opponents -4, -4, -6, -6, as many times as you can get it to repeatedly trigger, and it is exactly as disgusting as it sounds. We've got a whole bunch of 2-mana options here, and I do quite like that. We've got a Painful Quandary in the hand. We'll see if it's worth it to us. We're up against someone who wants to be aggressive, most likely, so having ways to deal with that aggression is going to be good. Oh, how many mulligans are going to take? They're digging for something. Either they needed a very specific card, or they just got mana screwed out the wazoo. That is unfortunate. We can never see their hand to find out what the situation was, but yeah. That's rough, buddy. That's rough. Oh, hello. What is this? Sire of 7 Deaths. Mythic rare creature Eldrazi. First strike, vigilance, menace, trample, reach, lifelink, and ward. Pay 7 life. Well, that's one hell of a reward for someone using a mulligan 3 times over then quitting. Damn! It's a 7 mana cost card, which is not easy to put on the field, but once it's on the field, it is a threat. I wonder if this will work in this deck. Because it is colorless, so it's allowed in the deck. And as much as it's a 7 mana, that is definitely reanimate fodder right there. A first strike, vigilance, menace, trample, reach, lifelink, ward. I think we put that in. Yeah. I'm going to have to find something to remove for it, but I think that belongs in the deck. Well, let's see. I do currently have a variety of things right down the far end here. Valgafoth absolutely is staying in. This one has won games as well. Forest Massacre Worm is amazing. Painful Quandary has proven its place. Overlord of the Baelmerk, honestly, I like it. Especially because of the mill on it. And the fact that I can get it down ahead of time for just a couple mana. Get it starting to go. That's a reanimate. That's a reanimate. That's a board wipe. This is just a strong creature as well. Expensive removal, but it has saved our ass and given us information. Shouldered is shouldered. Enduring Tenacity. Now this one does combo with Bloodthirsty Conqueror, and yes, I am that person. I put those two in here. So I don't really want to remove it on that point. And if I go any further down, I'm getting into very cheap cards anyway. Vein Ripper that I skipped over is the likely candidate here. So Vein Ripper has flying instead of Sire of Seven Deaths having everything but flying by the looks of it. And it's warded sacrifice a creature. Its special effect, whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 2 life, I gain 2 life. This can really turn the tide of the battle. By giving me all of that life gain, taking life from them, it really can turn the tide. But I wonder if it can turn the tide as well as this can. This can also give me life, without having to wait for opponents to lose creatures, or just creatures to die. It has a ward of 7 life versus ward sack a creature. Usually more impactful, because someone could just sacrifice a rabbit. First Strike and Vigilance, and Menace, it is attacking very strongly, and Trample for that matter. And it's a good defender. Whereas this one has to attack or defend. Yeah, I think Vein Ripper for Sire of Seven Deaths is the right choice here. We bring up the mana cost by 1, but if we're reanimating, that doesn't even matter. We do that. I wouldn't want to remove any land, because we're already needing land as we are. And removing something cheaper for something expensive is usually a bad idea. We still have a pretty reasonable curve. The average cost is quite high, but part of that is because they're designed to be reanimated. Love a 7 mana 7/7? Yeah. Now this deck has a 7 mana 7/7 with 7 features, and we have a 9/9 for 9 mana. We've got a few big boys up here. These do not mess around. But the results of that are absolutely worth it. And if I get both of them on field, you know, good stuff. Something that occurs to me I've not been using, and I might be considered an idiot for not using it this entire time. Virtue of Persistence. At beginning of your upkeep, put a target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under my control, and has a -3/-3 sorcery in the first place. I should be using this. What do I remove for that? Destroy target creature or enchantment that opponent controls. Removing creature and enchantment. It's one of my rare enchantment removals. Don't want to do that. I could get rid of Cut Down. I go from a 1 mana instant to a 2 mana sorcery. But it is effective. All the rest of this is too strong for me to remove, I'll be honest. Aside from Vampire Nighthawk, but I need the creatures. I think it's only Cut Down, which covers a very small aspect of things, compared to what Virtue of Persistence can do for me. What's a sorcery? Okay, so you can cast a sorcery only during your main phase and only when nothing else is currently happening, basically. So you can't cast it just whilst you're drawing a card, you can't cast it during someone else's turn, you can't cast it during combat, you can't cast it when someone else is casting something else. A sorcery is the start of something happening and only during your main phase. Either the main phase before combat or the main phase after combat. The kind of opposite to that is instant, which can be cast at basically any time. If there is priority, if you are given permission to say in response, you can cast an instant. So, in response to your opponent playing a spell, in response to the start of combat, in response to your opponent having declared attackers, in response to your opponent having declared blockers, or you declaring blockers, in response to someone activating a feature, in response to a feature being triggered. All of those you can respond to with an instant. But sorcery, you have to wait your turn. Literally. That's the difference. So it's fast and reactive versus slow. And you can cast an instant as a sorcery, as it were. You can cast it almost whenever. Almost. Creatures are usually cast as sorceries. Enchantments and artifacts are usually cast as sorceries. The crucial difference between sorcery and, well, enchantment or creature or whatnot is that a sorcery is non-permanent. So once it's done, it then goes to the graveyard. Or in this case, exile. Whereas a permanent stays on the battlefield doing its thing. So yeah, instant, whenever. Sorcery on your turn. If it just says sorcery, it does its thing and goes away. If it says anything else like enchantment or creature, artifact, it'll sit there on the battlefield because it's permanent. Alright, cool. Let us begin the next one with our brand new shiny card. Watch it not turn up for the entire rest of the stream. There is a possibility of that happening. What is... There's something making a ticking sound. Oh, there was a receipt right up against something shaking on my desk. That's what it was. In fact, I should put that receipt in the receipt drawer. There we are. Okay. Only 2 land to start. Collector's Vault, which can build into it. Early big stuff. Not a lot of good stuff. No. Mulligan. Oh, gods. Okay. Only 2 land again. This one's a tap land. We then go into a 2-mana creature or a 2-mana Overlord of the Baelmerks. We have got options. We got a couple removals. We'll keep this. But I'm not feeling confident against a much faster one. Is this the same guy who mulliganed 20 million times earlier? I think it was the same companion. In any case, we've drawn another land, so my fears are now massively assuaged. Yep, here comes Speedy. Okie dokie, I want to get in the way of Speedy. Innocuous Rat. Manifest Dread when it dies, which allows me to take the top 2 cards of my deck, have a look at them, and put one of them upside down, so face down, on the battlefield, as a 2/2 creature. I can later, if it's a creature, reveal what it actually is. The other card goes straight into my graveyard. Ow! Okay, they managed to speed up with their land rather than attacking. That's cheeky. You want to swing? Nope. Excellent, I did manage to scare him out of swinging. That's good. The less he attacks, the more opportunity I have to screw with him. 3 mana. My best option is to remove something here. Now let's see, this one is just a 3/3. That's the commander. Let's take out this one. Because the commander comes back. That does not. I could have cast that later, but because they're playing blue, I wanted to cast it whilst they had no mana available, so they couldn't counter it. Alright, they got another thing out. And this one is giving +1 to other stuff. They've got card draw available to them as well. Don't know if they want to, but they have got it available. Okay. I'm going to again go for this expensive removal. Let's get this away from here. Remove their card draw. Let's see what they've got over here. Equipping. Protection from instants and sorceries. That's bad. That's just a pilot. That's land. Okay. Again, no attacks. We hold off. Sure enough, there comes the protection. They're going to put that straight onto their commander, and I can no longer target it with stuff. So I can either go for the kill, or I can go for the bigger block. the bigger block is the correct answer. They still get the speed. Nothing I can do to stop that. Manifesting Dread. That is a creature. That's going to put there. There we go. Okay, now I am at 5 mana. I could cast my commander. I can also cast this and make it now a painful quandary for them to cast cards. But actually what I want to do are these two. So we pop this one down first. And then this one. Mill some cards. Let's see about returning. This is a card draw option. Yeah, I'm going to go for the card draw one. Do I swing or do I hold? I want to hold to prevent them from getting to maximum speed. 2 damage to them is not worth letting them easily get max speed. Because max speed means that more of their abilities turn online. What are we doing? Just brawl matches using a mono black deck. So this is stopping them from wanting to attack, because I will kill both of their attackers if they do. Oh, they're going to swing with you? You want to swing? Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't think so. That would be a waste at this point. Oh, hello, Shelly. Okay, so I now have 6 mana available to me, and I don't have 3 creatures in my graveyard, so putting out Drivenod would be too early. I can flip this up, but I think first, yeah, let's get this on field. I need to keep I need to keep pace with the number of creatures they have, because otherwise I could be in trouble. So let's not attack here. End turn. Just gotta keep pace with their creatures, stop them getting to max speed, and we're good. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, that's flying, so now they can just go over the top of me. Next turn, they can just go over the top. Pass to attackers, they don't do anything. Let's flip this up. There we go, and my turn. Alright, seeing as they can now just go over the top of me, let's start hurting them for trying to do things. They're going to want to start casting things cheaper, so let's make it more expensive. No attacks, keep the defense line. So now casting is going to get difficult for them. Oh, they're going to go straight to combat. They're going to swing with just the 1/1. There it is. The 1/1's going to hit me. Nothing I can do to stop that. They get maximum speed. That powers up their stuff. Let's just resolve everything. Yep, they discarded a card. It was only a land, but they still discarded. Now they can duplicate things. I need to kill that, and I can't kill it. Okay, that's fucking expensive. I've got 7 mana. I'm 2 land drops away from casting it outright, but yeah. How many creatures do I have in here? Still only the 2. Get this on field. Yeah. Let's see, that is a 2 mana. That's 2 mana. Okay. Choose attackers. No attackers. This... put a charge counter on it. I'm doing it early. I'm showing that I have nothing left in my hand. It's fine. But I can wipe out their stuff in a moment. If I survive. If I survive this turn, I can take out a lot of their stuff in one go. And only at the cost of 1 creature for myself. They take some damage. That's going to double cast. It is still 2 mana. They have Hexproof. Prevent all non-combat damage to creatures you control. That's fine. They still can only risk swinging in with that. You want to swing in with these as well? Ah, they're going for life gain. Got it. They are going for life gain. Fair enough. Well, I'll get the card draw, and I'll kill the other creature. Yeah. That's cool. Alright. This is going to cost me 3 and the land. I've got 6 other mana. There's 3. I've got 3 other. I can pop this down, level it up, and still do that. Let's do it. Level it up. And then activate this. This should destroy most of their stuff and only one of mine. That was perfect. Absolute travesty for their side of the battlefield. There we go. And I should be safe to just swing, to be honest. I've got the hit points. Force them to block one. The other one will still land through. Which one do they block? It's going to be unstoppable. Ironically, getting stopped. That has turned things massively in my favour, and that is exactly why I have that Blast Zone landing there. That is exactly why I have it. Painful Quandary is still on field, so it still costs them either 5 life or a discard to cast spells. This includes their commander, which is now costing 4 mana in itself just to get here. They also don't have the special feature of duplicating their spells for 1 mana, because the commander's not on the field. This puts us in a good spot. They can afford to play their commander and re-equip it with their sword, but that will be their entire turn and still leaves me able to do almost anything I damn well please. I am down to 6 mana, which means that Valgavoth is not coming out of my hand anytime soon. There you are. As much as they're at max speed now, I delayed just long enough of my other bits and pieces there, that it prevented them from reaching the critical mass, as it were. They lost control. Are they really going to just sit out their turn like this? Are they really going to just let the timer run down? This is someone who's just closed the app, haven't they? They're on their phone or tablet. They weren't playing on a computer. They saw things weren't going their way. They just closed the app. And stupidly, that doesn't surrender. Because the game, I guess, can't tell the difference between you closing the app and the app crashing. It doesn't want to surrender at that point. It gives you the chance to rejoin. So we have to sit here and wait. Most likely because Insiria, however you're supposed to pronounce that name, they didn't like losing and so they just closed the app. Cheers, White Blue. You're toxic even when you're not at the table. Because I doubt that they actually crashed. I strongly doubt they actually just crashed. But I'm going to sit here. Oh, I can wait it out. I don't care this is casual play, not ranked. I'm still going to take the win. It's my win. Thank you. You thought green-blue would deal toxic? Oh, green-blue can deal toxic. But blue-white is toxic. As is mono-black. But not my mono-black. The discard mono-black. I'm just playing creatures. I'm playing death black, which is, you know, creatures die. It's what they're supposed to do. They're summoned, they do things, they die. Discard black. That's just mean. That is mean. Win's a win. Absolutely crescendo. A win is a win. On to the next one. Now, if anyone in chat does have a... if anyone in chat has themselves a standard Brawl deck you'd like to play against this one, without teching against it, don't be one of those beats. If you just have a standard Brawl deck you want to try out, let me know. We can certainly throw together a private match or two. What would I say is the most honourable / legit colour duo? Might be something like red-green, to be honest. Red-green typically just kind of builds stuff and hits you with it. I don't want this. This is not a good starting hand. Mulligan. Oh god, that's a lot of land. 1 mana, 3 mana, 5 mana. Yikers. Well, we'll keep that. Because I'm not going to go down to smaller hands. That is bad news. Okay, I do have a 2 mana play here. Oh, I can surveil and 2 mana play. This isn't a tap land. Excellent. Surveilling into that. Are they likely to bring out something that can be cut down? Yes, this very creature here. So I will keep that for the cut down. Wait, didn't I remove that? I thought I removed cut down for... Did I not actually update the deck when I talked about it earlier? God damn it. Alright, well, fair enough. Let's get rid of that. Yeah. Let's put down the blast zone. Let's get rid of that. And let's just swing in for the fun of it. Yeah, after this game, I am definitely switching that cut down out. As much as it was fine there, it's not supposed to be cut down. It's supposed to be virtua persistence. Hello, beginning of your own step. If you descended, +1/+1 the creature. Yeah, fair enough. Whenever, lots of whenevers in there, but sure, why not? Go off, king. Okay. Let's pop this down, let's get this on, and let's just pass so that I can block their stuff. I don't have any creatures in my graveyard yet, so putting out Drifnod would just be dangerous, especially against red, because red has direct damage cards, which could cheaply kill this. Red-black actually could just murder the hell out of this. Okay, looks like they want to trade for the Unstoppable Slasher. I will take that trade. Pop you pop. That activates multiple different triggers. They lose a life, I gain a life. I gain an oil counter on that. And Unstoppable's back again. Beginning of your own start. Each loses 3 life unless they sacrifice a non-permanent. Oh. That's a little bit annoying. Lose 3 life, I'll lose a 3 life. That's the most affordable. Okie dokie. We got that. I could go into Innocuous Rat itself here, and I think that is the right play. Let's pop that down. Let's see, that's 3 mana, that's 1 mana, the commander's 3 mana, this is also a 3. But yeah. No attacks. We'll go with that. If I get Blast Zone to 3, then it should be a good striker card. It'll hit my Unstoppable Slasher, but it'll also hit a couple bits of theirs. Interesting. Okay. I can still do the lose 3 life, and I can kill this one here. That seems good to me. And I get to Manifest Dread. Hopefully they don't have some response to this, but they probably saw that coming. Oh, they let that happen with all that open mana. Curious. Alright. We charge that up. Manifest Dread into this. Yes. Please don't immediately kill it. Oh, they can bring stuff back. Okay. Let's charge this up one. Yeah, so they can now start reanimating things. That's not so great. I'm going to lose 3 life. That's fine. Oh, Exalted, Engineer, big fan. Unfortunately, informing you, my standard Brawl deck is Mondrak and Hair Apparent. Very sorry to disappoint. That's fine, I'll murder the hell out of it. We've already done that once today. I think I know how this works. I don't know for certain, but I'm going to take the risk. Oops. Tactical oops to see about first strike and see if that convinces them to block it. Tactical oops. Maybe that baited them fully. Do they have a land? If they don't have a land, we might be good here. Okay, they can swing and hurt me. That's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but yeah. It doesn't always work, but when the tactical oops works, it's funny. They're like, do I block this 2-2? And then you just mouse over the first strike. Oh no. Like, oh. Okay. They've not gained more land, so it's not like I can magic that out. I do have to worry about the fact that they can just kill me here. Let's see, how many counters do you need to activate? 4 counters. It's nearly there, but I don't really have anything worth reanimating, so sacrifice this. Okay, 2 mana only kills this thing. 3 mana would kill a lot more, but I don't know. I'm going to get to 3 mana, to be honest with you. Not if I don't deal with this. So, yeah, let's literally deal with that. Destroy target creature. Get rid of that. And now let's swing with everything. They lose a hell of a lot of life. And I gain a hell of a lot of life. That turned the tables. Was this build about vampire? No, not vampire. That just happens to be a vampire, and that one happens to be a zombie. The idea is about death triggers, more than anything. Just using mono black to trigger things on death, and then bring my graveyard back again. Yeah, this is a black mono deck. Because it's commander, I can only have the colours of my commander in the deck, and my commander is mono black, so it has to be a mono black deck. Because I chose that commander. Okay, they're bringing out more stuff. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. It's cute. That's cute, yep. Discard, then draw a card. They didn't have a card to discard, so it was just a free draw. I will lose a 3 life. My turn. Okay, if I swing with this one, I can just hit them in the face for 5. I'll heal 5. I can take out some of their stuff here. I could take out this one and that one, leaving this one and this one alive. But it will cost me basically the entire turn. I can put this down. Or I could put down the Painful Quandary. Painful Quandary, they've got 1 card in hand. They would still be able to discard to play. I don't think I have a great choice of options here. Let's swing with this. Get the damage in. I gain the healing. Out comes Dribnod. There we are. That could have been better if it used some of that mana. Oh, auto tapper. Why you do me like this? Why you do me like this? I should have checked what mana I was going to use. Oh well. It's only a little bit of life, but yeah. Out comes their commander. I pass to the attackers. They're swinging in with everything, which is absolutely fine. Resolve and resolve. It's not going to save them. They can't kill me. They've basically lost. What's the max health you can have? There isn't a max. It's when the game breaks is the max. Alright then, let's activate this. Let's get rid of these 3. Cool. At the beginning of your turn, yeah. He's figured it out. He's figured it out. So what I just did there was activated this feature for 2 mana, or in this case I used 1 mana and 3 life. Was it? No, 2 life. 1 mana and 2 life. Exiled 3 creature cards from my graveyard, and this all just puts 1 indestructible counter on Drivnod. So Drivnod can no longer die from damage, can no longer die from destroy effects. And I did that before declaring blockers, so then I could just go, yep, this one will block, say, that one. No, it should be a bad idea to block that one. But that can block whatever, this can block whatever. Jobs are good. And I would survive, and then next turn, just Bloodthirsty Conqueror goes in for the kill. Start trying to find this format? Correct, yeah. Can't see the name. Black card, red name, the other guy drew. Yeah, I didn't actually get around to setting up the overlay, which allows you to view cards in the middle of the game. I should get around to doing that at some point. I'm not sure which one it was they drew you're looking at. Yeah, Tenebris. I do play a bit of Magic. I have a paper deck in a bag over there somewhere. It's taken some tweaking and refinement, and it's still pretty poor, but it's a deck. And what have we earned? We've earned a Vine Reap Mentor. When this creature enters or dies, create a food token. Yeah, pretty basic. Pretty basic. Absolutely works in a forage deck, which is green-black, so sensible. Do I actually play Magic IRL? I do. Let me grab the deck. Let me grab that. It's taken a bit of doing because I don't want to go crazy on the budget of things, but I do have here a single paper Commander deck. So Commander is a 100 card format rather than Brawl here, which is a 60 card format. So you have 59 cards in the deck and 1 as your Commander. In this case it's 99 cards in the deck and 1 is your Commander. Let me just take out all of the auxiliary doodads. Aren't part of it. Here we go. So, for this particular Commander deck, the Commander I have gone with, let me switch over my screen so you'll get a bigger view of this. Here we are. So this one is the Commander. Now, because it's all shiny, you're not going to get a good read on that, so let me read it out for you. Carmen Cruel Sky Marcher. It's a 5 mana cost card that is black, white, and 3. Legendary creature, vampire soldier with flying, and it is nearly a 2/2. 5 mana and it's just a 2/2. But whenever a player sacrifices a permanent, put a +1/+1 counter on Carmen, and I gain 1 life. That's every single time anyone sacrifices any permanent. So if they sacrifice a treasure token, Carmen reacts. If they sacrifice a clue to go draw a card, Carmen reacts. They sacrifice a food, say either to forage or to just gain 3 life, Carmen reacts to that. If I tell everyone to sacrifice a creature, Carmen reacts to that. Because Commander is usually played in a 4-person game. So if I say every opponent sacrifices a creature, Carmen triple triggers off of that. And then there's the second bit. Whenever Carmen attacks, return up to 1 target permanent card with mana value less than or equal to Carmen's power from my graveyard to the battlefield. So as a 2/2, the next turn she might swing, fly in, deal 2 damage, and I'm bringing back up to 2 mana creature, a 2 mana enchantment. Nothing too amazing. But if there's been a whole round of sacrificing, and she's now a 5/5, I can return a 5 mana creature or 5 mana permanent from my graveyard just for attacking with her. Because she's flying, she can usually attack someone pretty safely. Usually. That's the idea. So the rest of the deck then has a strong sacrifice theme. Petra say, what are the rules on printing your own cards? Is it allowed at all, or is it just looked down upon? It is allowed, but not in a tournament setting. It depends on the seriousness of the setting you're playing in. So most people usually won't be too upset if you effectively print off what's referred to as proxies or playtest cards. Just a couple things to play for yourself. I think, do I have an example one here actually that someone had printed off just to even the odds against their deck? Because they were using printed cards themselves. They printed off a couple for me just when we were playing that time. I don't think I have it right to hand. I'm not going to go digging for it. But yes, you can print them off, but they need to be very clearly fakes. They need to be very clearly printed off items, not official cards. Printing off things which look even close to real? No bueno. So, like, for example, this is the most mundane of printed off things, or drawn in this case, but I have a couple things in this deck that can create food tokens. I have yet to pick up a food token card, so I drew one. I drew one. Yeah. I guess mostly for copyright reasons. So when it comes to stores, they can't just sell printed off cards. Absolutely. They would be in breach of copyright there. They would be profiting from Wizards of the Coast IP illegitimately. That'd be very, very bad. Copyright would be dropping on them. The Pinkertons would turn up on their doorstep swinging truncheons, all that kind of stuff. And yes, I do mean those Pinkertons. But in terms of just general play, if you were to print them off, a couple cards for yourself, it's not the end of the world. Now, where players would probably draw the line is if you either turn up with an entirely printed out deck and they've got decks they've spent money on, that will probably just come across a little weird and unreal. But also, if you are printing off a deck which is as top meta as it gets, printing off all the most expensive cards, you're like, ah yes, on my turn I play Black Lotus and Shoulder the Apocalypse and all this other good stuff. People are not very happy with you at that point, because there is a certain expectation of fairness that comes from the cost of those rare cards, because the game quite simply isn't balanced in that regard. It's not balanced where every card of every mana value is equal to every other card of every mana value. The rarity of cards, whilst not exactly, does somewhat line up with how powerful the card is. The rarity does somewhat line up with that, and by extension how much it costs to try and buy that single from other people on the secondary market ties into that as well. So yeah, if you were to print off all the expensive cards and have this super duper 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 deck, absolutely top metaing it, people would rightly be pissed at you. But that comes down more to the game design being a little bit flawed in making such cards and then expecting people to not have access to them. But yeah. But saying, once got a job offer to work for Pinkertons once, said no because, yeah, no, fuck them. Understandable. Understandable. But yeah, I have got a lot of other cards in here. I don't imagine anyone on this stream wants me to go through all 99 of those cards, especially as like 36 of them are land, but they are there. If you did want me to go through that, well, as a chat, let me know, frankly. As a chat, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to put this back into that box. There's the lower half of the box. Carefully does it. It's a Magic stream after all. It is, but at the same time, I haven't got a camera set up for you guys to easily see the cards as I bring them out. Some people, if they're showing off those, they'll have just the webcam off in one corner and then a high fidelity camera looking down on the cards so you could see it nice and clearly. I don't imagine you're seeing it too well when I just hold it up to a not auto-focusing camera and see like, oh, let's have a look at that. I mean, that's a swamp. Just... If I did that, it's not that easy to read, is it? In fact, I don't think that is legible, because I'd have to set up the autofocus. Because the autofocus usually gets a little bit silly, which is why I don't have it auto on. If you draw in a file and you can shut up, this isn't a blue deck, but sure. Although, there's only so much counterspelling you can do. If you're in a pod of 4 people playing Commander, you have to be very choosy as to when you counterspell. Very choosy. Because you're one player. You have to hope your other opponents can deal with each other as well. You can't just counter everything in a 4-man game. Not the same way as you can in a 1v1 where you know just how many people you've got to deal with. It's even harder to play control in a Commander setup. It is definitely harder. Can I mess with this webcam and make it where the autofocus does work? Let me see. That would be... Let's give it a try. It might disagree with me, it might not. It usually disagrees with me. I got something in my throat again. Let's try this. Will it autofocus on that properly? Come on. Come on, camera. Come on, it's right there. See what I mean? Let's try another program. There are multiple programs that interact with the camera, and I usually try to avoid using them because just set the settings that work and move on. I need to use that camera app. Focus. Set that auto. Okay, maybe now? You see what I mean? The focus is working. But the autofocus... Hey, there we go! There we go! Now I can do it bit by bit. I just had to manually refocus it. It's technology. I swear down. But that is that one. So I could theoretically go through them one by one now. Else can use to find the cards? I suppose, yeah, actually, you know what? Okay, we're going to poll this. Before I start fiddling with things, I'm going to poll it. Because it is magic and it is something to talk about, but only if people want that to be talked about. So, without requiring people to message in chat and decide for yourselves that way, what do more arena or show off paper deck? Simple. Can't find the cool cake card now, can we? No, but I can show you it now without the with the autofocus working, so you can marvel at my drawing talents. Now you can truly see what that one's good for when it focuses. Any second. Do I need to shove it right in the fucking camera's face before it realizes? There we go. I do. Focus. There we are. That's good enough. So I've got all the details on there. It is genuinely a token artifact food. 2 mana and tap it. Sacrifice this artifact, you gain 3 life. It's not a lie after all. Had to give some flavor text to it. So it has got all the detail. But yeah. Beautiful drawing. Thank you. One moment. I need to get some more water as well. Whilst that poll wraps up, looks like that poll is pretty unanimous on showing off the paper deck. Okay, let me get some more drink, and then I can walk you through it properly. One moment. Let's do this. Never going to tell you to close the door after leaving due to camera shake. That actually isn't the door closing. That's the floorboards. That's the floorboards. When I go across the floorboard, or when anyone goes across the floorboard through that corridor, the floorboard extends under the wall and under the camera there, the one loose floorboard. There's a couple loose ones. And so it actually shakes it that way. That's why the camera shook. I walked on the floorboard on the other side of the wall. What's my favourite format to play? I do enjoy Brawl / Commander. It just seems more... I don't know, more accessible than keeping up with the standard meta. Or going full historic, something like that. I don't levitate? True, I don't levitate. Let's update the stream title, seeing as we know that we are going to be focusing on this paper deck now for the rest of the stream, most likely. Let's update the stream title so as not to throw off people. There we go. Details updated so people know what to expect. Alright then, well, let's go through this deck, shall we? So, just a quick reminder for anyone who missed it. The commander is Carmen. In fact, if I maximize my review screen, I can read it off from there. So let's see. Come on, autofocus. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. Come on. This is what I fucking mean. There we go. Right, I have to fill up so much of the frame before it realizes. So, legendary creature with a 5 mana cast cost. Whenever a player sacrifices a permanent, put a +1/+1 on it, and I gain 1 life. Whenever this attacks, return up to 1 target permanent card with mana value less than or equal to this card's power from my graveyard to the battlefield. Use the website? Yeah, probably best. Probably best. You're right. Let's use the website. Let's switch things around so I can do that. Let's have a look at that link there. Yep. Reject all cookies. Let's move this over. Let's switch the screens. And we should be able to switch like that. Okay. So, we have the commander idea already there. Let's just put this to the side so we don't mix it into the rest of the deck. And we can go through the rest of these. Top deck of all things is a Go for the Throat. That one does not particularly need it. Oh, let's bring it up anyway. Can I just search Go for the Throat? Oh wow, there's a lot of throat. I should have thought about that. There we are. I hope that's easy enough for you to see if you're on mobile, but basically, zoom in a bit, that should be fine. There we are. Now you can definitely see that on mobile. Go for the Throat, 2 mana instant, destroy target non-artifact creature. So, doesn't work against creatures which are also artifacts, and there's plenty of that. Oh, I must do my hair a bit. Oh, whatever. Doesn't work against artifact creatures, but for everything else, it'll do the job quite nicely. And it doesn't matter how big the creature is. It just says, yeah, it's dead. Send it to the graveyard. Doesn't work against indestructible creatures because they can't be destroyed. We then have... I won't show you any lands because lands are just lands. I've not got any special... if there's a special land, I will, but most of them are going to be... not special. Alright, Scavenger's Talent. I might need to put in more words than just Scavenger. There it is. Scavenger's Talent. Gains the next level as a sorcery to add its ability. Lands won't give mana, right? Correct, yes. Lands are your primary source of mana. So every turn you can play 1 land, unless something says otherwise. And that land does not cost any mana, it cannot be counterspelled because it's not cast, you play it. It just simply ends up on your battlefield. Kind of like energy in Pokemon TCG? I'm going to assume so, but the last time I played Pokemon TCG, I was probably like 8, so I have basically no recollection of it. But this one is an interesting one. Whenever 1 or more creatures I control die, I get to create a food token. This ability triggers only once each turn. Now, the reason this is interesting in this deck is because Carmen, where's she go again? Carmen reacts to things being sacrificed. Food tokens, when you want to use them, you sacrifice them. So by getting a food token, I get something I can sacrifice, and in sacrificing it, I can power up Carmen. basically, with Scavenger's Talent and Carmen together, food tokens aren't just gain 3 life, they are gain 3 life, put a +1/+1 counter on Carmen, is what they functionally become. At level 2, whenever I sacrifice a permanent, target player mills 2 cards. Now usually I might want to aim that at myself so I can get more things into my graveyard to reanimate with Carmen. Because she can't reanimate stuff if they're not there in the graveyard. By milling, I can get them there. But further to that, if someone has, say, scryed or surveilled, they've looked at their library and they put a specific card on top, I know they want that card. They want that card in their hand. Especially if they've surveilled and left it on top, because they otherwise would have put it in their graveyard. They want it in their hand. So if I see that happen in a game and Scavenger's Talent activates at level 2, I can target them and say, nope, mill 2 cards, put it into your graveyard. Refresh every round. Yeah, land at the start of your turn, you go through what is called your upkeep. And so you untap everything you own, which includes your land, unless it says otherwise. And so by untapping, you can now use your land again. And anything else that has a tap feature on it. Level 3 of this, at the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice 3 other non-land permanents. If you do, return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. And we did see this in use actually in a arena game just earlier today. So by sacrificing 3 non-land permanents, I can pick the food that this very thing generates, for example. And in doing so, they all go away. If I was sacrificing creatures, I would create food tokens, it's fine. It would trigger the mill thing 3 times, and then I get the creature. Get in there, Queen. Get in there, Smolson. Now this creature cannot keep coming back forever. Unlike Carmen that just puts them onto the battlefield, Scavenger's Talent gives them a finality counter, or finality counter, however you want to pronounce it. And what that means is, if that creature were to die, it does not go to the graveyard. It goes to exile. And exile means it's gone. It's not coming back. It's removed. Into exile. Did that say on cooldown? Hey, if it lets you do it, it lets you do it. It means it's not actually on cooldown. It was probably not actually on cooldown at all, and you just had it look like it was on cooldown. So, yep, music switched. Graveyard plus. Graveyard minus. Graveyard minus. You can unexile things, right? Basically, no. The only way usually things come out of exile is if they say they come out of exile. So there might be a card that says, well, there is a card that says, exile target permanent until this artifact leaves the battlefield. So whilst it's in the battlefield, the thing that it exiled is just gone. The only way for it to come back is for then that thing that said it exiles says it comes back. There's your purple. Occasionally there are ways to bring things back in special ways, but that is exceptionally rare. Mostly it comes down to commanders. When you're playing a game of Commander, your commander, so in this case my Carmen, if it goes to exile, or goes anywhere other than onto the battlefield, I can decide for it to instead go to my command zone. But in doing so, I increase the cost of casting it by 2. So say I put it onto the battlefield, and then someone exiled it straight away, I could, instead of letting it just leave the game, it goes to my command zone, but now the cost of casting it has gone up from 5 to 7 for the entire rest of the game. And every time you put your commander into the command zone, up again, up again, up again. There are cards that work with exile, you have a fight deck that's built on it. There are some that can work with exiled cards, absolutely. I built a deck in Arena that works with them, because there was a commander whose ultimate ability is to make someone else exile the top so many cards of their library. That number is equal to the total CMC, or converted mana cost, of all the cards I owned in exile. So if I had, say, like 30 mana of cards in exile, and my opponent has 30 cards left in their deck, I activate that ultimate ability, I point to them, go, yep, Exile the top 30 cards of your library. They go, that is my library. Yep. They exile them all. I end my turn. They go to draw. Oh yeah, they can't draw, they lose. Straight up. So that's a fun one. Next card in here. It's another non-land. Alright. Actually, I think I was sorting the deck earlier, so it might have just all the non-lands at the top right now. Black Disc Island is a toxic deck? Yes. You have no idea what it takes to exile yourself enough to somehow delete your opponent. That is a winning move. That's not being toxic, that's just winning the game. But all the way up to it, I've had to play a Planeswalker, protect that Planeswalker, take cards of my own and throw them out of the game to eventually somehow maybe get to the point of taking out my opponent. Believe you me, that's not toxic. That doesn't stop them playing the game. So this one, Shoulder's Edict, this one is going to work very, very nicely with Carmen. I choose one of these. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature, or each opponent sacrifices a creature token, or each opponent sacrifices a Planeswalker. And this is beautiful. Do you do that by getting rid of high mana cards, or many cards? High mana cards, mostly. Pestra is a good idea, but you can't fully control it. But yeah, with this one, very nice to work with with my commander, because it triggers off of anyone sacrificing a permanent, and Shoulder's Edict here can force everyone but me to sacrifice something. If there are any one of these options where all three of my opponents have that thing, that's a perfect triple trigger. 2 mana to both take away 3 things from my opponents and to put 3+1/+1s on my commander? Hell yeah! That's a brilliant situation for me. It is also just useful control, well, removal, not control. It's a useful removal option. If my opponents are starting to put out some big creatures, but they haven't got any other actual creatures with them, they're gone. They're just gone. Next one. This is a curious one. It's one of my least favourite cards in this deck, but it's still a useful one to have. Let's do that. Toxin Analysis. It's only 1 mana to cast. It's an instant, so I can cast it at basically any time. Target creature gains Death Touch and Lifelink until the end of turn, then investigate. Death Touch means if that creature deals any amount of damage to another creature, that other creature will die unless it's indestructible. Any amount of damage is enough damage to destroy the other creatures. And this is very good if I am defending, because if someone swings in with a big creature, I put in that chump blocker, they're like, yeah, okay, I'll kill your chump blocker, and then that chump blocker has Death Touch. They go, oh, so they both die. And then Lifelink is also useful for, well, quite literally giving me life for how much damage that creature dealt. Again, good for both blocking or for attacking. The Investigate side of it makes this also a card draw generator. It creates a clue token, which is an artifact with 2 and sacrifices artifact, draw a card. Did you hear an interesting word in that? Sacrifice? Well, hello Carmen, let's use that once again. We've gone through 4 cards so far, 3 of them with sacrifice features. Carmen's loving that. Hi Mythic, welcome on in. Ah, yes. Now this deck does have a little bit of Toxin in there as an alternative win condition, and this kind of leans into that. I now have here Whisper of the Dross. Not a very powerful card, but a capable one. Whisper of the Dross. Lifelink gives the actual amount of damage on the card, not the amount of damage it deals to kill the other card. Correct, yes. So if you have a 9 damage creature, 9 power creature, use the correct term, and it kills a 1 toughness creature, even though only 1 damage was enough to kill it, it dealt 9 damage. And so therefore, you get 9 health. Or 9 life, I should say. There are ways to counter that, but not many. So Whispers of the Dross. Target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn, proliferate. The -1/-1 is obvious. You see what it does there. It makes them slightly weaker in both their offense and defense just for the turn. This can kill a 1/1 or 3/1 or X1 creature outright. For everything else, it's just a small debuff. But that debuff can make and break the difference in a combat. Proliferate is the real reason this card is in here. Choose any number of permanents and or players, then give each another counter of each kind already there. So if we have a commander with +1/+1 counters on it, it gains another. If we have opponents with poison counters on them, they gain another. If we have opponents with cards that say remove one of these tokens every turn, once all the tokens are gone, you can finally do something, we put another on it. We make it take just that little bit longer. And anything that we don't want to advance, anything we don't want to give that proliferate to, we just don't. I used the proliferate feature in a commander game just this Monday, where someone had used their commander to turn it into what's called a saga. So a saga has lore counters on it that just count through the steps of the card. So turn 1 happens straight away. Next turn, it goes up a counter, it does the second thing. Next turn it goes up a counter, it does the third thing. Next turn it does the fourth thing. However many things are on there, once it gets to the end, the saga finishes. But because it's counter-based, you can make the next one happen early. And I did exactly that. At the end of my turn, once everything was all resolved, and it was going to be someone else's turn and then theirs, they were ready for the final stage of their saga to kick in. That final stage would give everything they owned a massive bonus to damage and give them all double strike. They would be a force to be reckoned with. Basically a win condition at the stage of the game we're at. They would have trampled through people. I activated it then, at the end of my turn. And so they gained all of these buffs, and instantly the buffs ended. That's it. So they get to their turn, having waited 3 turns for it to activate. Here it comes! And it just fizzles out. That sounds rude. It's called a counter. It's called dealing with your opponent's stuff. If you see it as rude, I'm not sure what to tell you. It's a competitive game. You're not planting a garden together. I'm not sure really what else to tell you. Alright, next card. The Elder Spell. Let's bring that one up nice and close. This is one that I keep feeling like I should remove because it's so situational, but when those situations happen, I am very, very, very glad I had the card. Black sorcery. Destroy any number of target planeswalkers. Choose a planeswalker you control, put 2 loyalty counters on it for each planeswalker destroyed this way. I currently don't own any planeswalkers, so the majority of this card does nothing. But it still has destroy any number of target planeswalkers for just 2 mana, and that is just so good! I can't pass that up. I can't pass it up. Unless playing CEDH? Well, fair enough, yeah. Petra, if you see someone is about to do something cool, you let them. Oh, Petra. Oh, Petra. Have you ever played Magic the Gathering? I think from your questions you haven't. Petra. As much as someone might be about to do something quote-unquote cool, they are your opponent. They understand the very nature of the game because they are also trying to stop you doing your cool things. And the name of the game is to prevent people doing their cool things whilst still getting to your cool thing, so that you get to win, not them. If you just let people do their cool things, their cool thing kills you, you lose. It's a competitive game. Yeah. It's a competitive game. It's versus. You don't just let someone do the cool thing. If they want to do the cool thing, they have to work for it. And then it becomes a lot cooler. So like letting someone get a punch on you because it looks sick. It'd be like letting someone shoot you with a Kraber from across the map in Apex. Any number of different competitive scenarios you can come up with, yeah. It is a very cool punch. I mean, it would have been, but I did not want to see a bunch of souped-up dinosaurs trampling and double-striking everything. That was simply not allowed to happen. And I had the one way to stop that from happening. It is part of the reason it is there. You use it. If my opponent had protected themselves from it, like with a counter spell, then I couldn't have done it. But they didn't. So yeah, we've had a look at Elder Spell. Destroy any number of target planeswalkers. That really is all there is to it there. So we'll go on to the next one. Hyena Umbra. As opposed to Excalibur Umbra. Of course. This is the first white card I think I'm showing you today. Here we are. Again, only 1 mana. Enchantment Aura. So this means you put it onto a creature. It says there, enchant creature. It put it onto something. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has first strike, which is very nice. Just a little bit of buffing, a little bit of extra damage. If I put that onto something like Carmen here, oh look at that, the power's gone up, I can reanimate something bigger. You see the utility. But the extra special thing is Totem Armor. If enchanted creature would be destroyed, instead remove all damage from it and destroy this aura. Which functionally gives it a second life. It's not quite a reanimation, it doesn't die and come back, it just stays there. And that is extra special for something with counters on it, because the counters go away when it dies, even if you reanimate it. But this wouldn't die if it's got that Hyena Umbra, so it keeps its counters. So it's a protective spell. It's ahead of time because it's an enchantment, not an instant, but it's only 1 mana. Very nice to have. Ah, yes, Mythic. Yes, that did happen, didn't it? It's fine. We'll learn. We'll learn from that. Alright. Yeah, not a Mantis moment. Everyone's got their newbie moments. Everyone has. Alright then. This next card I've got for you. This one is not a 1 mana card. We got something a little bit bigger. It's got a lot of text on here. I think the text might actually be a slightly smaller font. So, prepare yourself. We're about to have Gix's Command. Gix's Command. Five mana. Black, and 3 more. Sorcery, so I can't just cast it whenever I want. Choose 2 of the following options, and the order of them on the card is the order they happen. First option, I can put 2 +1/+1 counters on up to 1 creature. It gains lifelink until the end of turn. Second option, destroy each creature with power 2 or less. Option 3, return up to 2 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Nice. And 4, each opponent sacrifices a creature with the highest power among creatures they control. Hey, did anyone just hear the word sacrifice again? You see why Carmen is loving this so far. You see why Carmen is absolutely overjoyed at the potential here. With this card alone, this one card, if I wanted to, I could have it where each of my opponents loses the biggest creature they have on the field, and Carmen gains +5/+5, and gains lifelink. That's a lot of buff. Will we get an Architect list, Ken? I have no idea what an Architect list is, but I assume it's going to be a list of my cards that you can just peruse at your own leisure. I'm going to guess it's that. And maybe, if I get around to it. But you can see Gix's Command is a very nice one. It's got some reanimation in there. It's got some small board wipe potential. If someone's going with a load of small tokens, I can just go, no, and just remove them all. It's a nice one. I do like this card. It's one of the earliest big cards I put into a deck online, and it's been a staple for me. It's just good. Next up, this is a slightly more curious variant of the same, called Kaya's Guile. Didn't realise that Kaya was not just a proto frame, but also a magic user, but well, you know, stranger things have happened. Architect's website, you can create, share, and playtest your deck. Fair do. I have a sacrificial deck? A bit, yeah. Wait, why does it say up to one card? Is it just one card? Was that on the Gix command, or? Return... What's it? Oh yeah, put 2+1/+1 counters on up to one creature. So it allows you to choose 0 if you didn't want to do it. So say if you only wanted to sacrifice something, force people to sacrifice, and you had no creatures of your own to buff, you could choose that option, choose no creatures. You basically lost an option, but it's so that you don't then choose an option you didn't want to have happen. It would be a pretty niche case, because you need to be in a situation where you wouldn't want to return creatures from your graveyard to your hand, you wouldn't want to destroy creatures of power 2 or less, and you wouldn't want to buff any of your creatures. Bit weird. Oh yeah. Sacrificial Voltron? I guess. So yeah, Kaya's Guile. Choose 2, once again, but this time only for 3 mana, black, white, and 1. Option 1, each opponent sacrifices a creature. Carmen is happy again. Da, 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 da. Option 2, exile all cards from each opponent's graveyard. Now this is a heavy hitter in that regard. If someone wants to use their graveyard for stuff, and I just empty it, bam, they're out. Create a 1/1 white and black spirit creature token with flying. It gives me a chump blocker, it's something to use, and gain 4 life. It's something. For Entwine 3, if I pay an additional 3, I can choose all of these options rather than just 2 of them. Almost like casting the card twice. Almost. Every time I say sacrifice, the Vine Boon sound effect plays, the card appears on screen. Pretty much. And we're up to a few of them now. That's sacrifice and sacrifice and... Oh, okay. Sacrifice and sacrifice. There's a few of them in there. There's also tokens and bits, yeah. And yeah, commander damage could be a way forward with this, absolutely. Commander damage would be dangerous with this creature if it gets up to speed, but I've also got creatures in here that are supposed to, you know, help get me to just the damage. Relying on commander damage is not the whole plan here. Correct, Emulsion, yeah. So commander damage, the rule on that is basically if you've taken 20 damage from a specific commander, you lose. It doesn't matter how much life you've gained, it doesn't matter how many hit points you have left over, it doesn't matter what else is going on. Despite starting with 40 health, if you take 20 damage from a specific commander, you're done. Gone. Alright. Another poison one. Okay. So earlier we had Proliferate. Now we can see why Proliferate can be a little bit nice. It's Phyresis Outbreak. Here we go. 3 mana sorcery. Each opponent gets a poison counter. Then, each creature your opponents control get -1/-1 until end of turn for each poison counter its controller has. Yes, I'm awesome, yeah. So if I've managed to spread some poison with some of these other cards in here across my opponents already, they all get 1 more, and then all those creatures just lose all of their survival. Oh, is it 21 damage to commander, not 20? My bad. I thought it was 20. Realistically, how much damage can you put on commander in 1 turn? Can it be possible to get 20 damage and win suddenly? Yes. I have been hit with creatures that have dealt like 100+ damage. I wouldn't say very easily. Expose those in that's giving an unfair picture to someone who's not played Magic. I wouldn't say very easily. To say that a commander can very easily get to 20 suggests that it will be happening frequently. But to get a commander to that amount of power, and to successfully land that power on your opponent, takes work. Because your opponents, all of them, are going to see this building up and they're not going to let it happen. Slap a 5/5 commander with 17 artifacts? Okay, a very specific commander with a whole bunch of things already in place. Sure, whatever. Someone who wishes to prove my point right there. Yeah, Phyresis Outbreak is a nice one. We got another 1 mana protection one. The white ones tend to be more protecty, and the black ones more removey. That's kind of how they work. Blacksmith's Skill. Simple, white, instant, 1 mana card. Target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until the end of turn. If it's an artifact creature, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn as well. So, I don't have a lot of artifact creatures in this deck. It doesn't really do much in that regard. I do have a couple things that can generate them, but the bigger part of this is 1 mana, and then whatever permanent is not about to be obliterated. Whether they're being targeted with spells, whether they're being hit for damage, one thing I can just save from whatever's going on. For that turn, anyway. That's what it comes down to. Simple protection. And it's a nice way of doing it. Next up, Drown in Ichor, or Ichor, if that's how you like to pronounce it. I feel like it's supposed to be pronounced Ichor, but that's how I was taught. We're not going to poll that. Drown in Ichor. 2 mana, sorcery. Target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn. And reminder, if a creature has 0 toughness left, as a result of those minuses, it dies. Even if it's indestructible, because if it was 4 toughness or less and gets brought to 0, it can't exist on just 0, it just dies. But yeah, once it's done that -4/-4, I then proliferate, which means if anyone's got poison counters, up they go. If Carmen's got counters, up they go, that sort of thing. That's the combination there. It's a very nice one to have. A little bit of removal and a little bit of proliferation. So we got... Oh, okay, yeah. Let me check how I spell that. Yeah. This next one's a bit of a weird one. This is a weird one I picked up. Yacheni's Expertise. 4 mana, black 2. Not a cheap one to cast. It's a sorcery as well. All creatures get -3/-3 until end of turn. This includes my creatures. So it's a bit of a panic button. It is definitely a bit of a panic button. Wipe out everything I can if I need to. I may then cast a spell with mana value 3 or less from my hand without paying its mana cost. If I do have a good combo, then effectively this was only a 1 mana spell, so that's worthwhile. But it's still 4 mana to get started and needs that 3 mana card behind it to be worth casting it. But that -3/-3, that can take out a lot of things. Is there a way to lower mana cost? Yes, plenty of different ways. Whether those ways will work for the deck you're building? Maybe not. But there are definitely plenty of ways to reduce mana costs, and mana costs can be reduced to 0. They can indeed be reduced to 0. So, say if I had a... Let's take a random example. Say I had an artifact that only cost 2 mana, it didn't care about the color, it just said 2 mana, and then I had 2 different things that say spells you cast cost 1 less mana. Well, that artifact has gone from 2 to 1 to 0, I can just cast it for free now. Could I lower this card's cost and play them for free in a row? I could reduce this one down. If I had a means to reduce it, I could reduce it down to 3 and then cast a mana values 3 or less in my hand for free. I could get this one... You could probably get this one down to just the black. It's hard to remove coloured mana costs. It is much harder to remove coloured mana costs. There are things that do that, usually for a trade-off, so maybe like, oh, if you wish to, you can spend 2 life rather than pay that mana cost. There are options like that. But usually speaking, you need to go to some pretty great lengths to remove coloured mana, whereas colourless, those costs are much easier to remove. Much easier. But yeah, so this one, panic button with an extra cast behind it. Next, we have Bone Shards. Sounds like a big spell, right? Yeah, obviously it isn't. Petrifying 2 black mana is 3 or less. Oh, I see what you mean now. I see what you mean. Let's go back to that one. So you were talking about casting this one and then casting this one and then casting this one. Problem is, once you cast this sorcery, Petra, it goes to your graveyard. And certainly in Commander, you're only allowed one copy of each card that isn't basic land or says otherwise. So you wouldn't have an infinite number of these anyway. You wouldn't be able to loop that, though. Only one each, yeah. There are other formats that allow you to have more cards of each type. Of each name. For example, in Standard, you're allowed up to 4 copies of each card that isn't a basic land. So you could have 4 of these in your deck. And a Standard deck has to be a minimum of 60 cards total. So you could have 24 land, 36 other cards. That could be 4 copies of 9 different cards. And then your land, and that's your deck. That could be a Standard deck. And that means it's pretty reliable to get those 9 cards out. Whether you want that to or not is up to the deck building, of course. But for Commander, you split differently. Minimum 60, so it could be bigger as you want. In Standard, yes. A Standard deck can be more than 60 cards. Usually that's a bad idea. Standard maximum of 60? No, it's minimum 60. Not maximum, minimum. Now, Brawl has, on Arena, a hard limit of 60. It can't be any more or less. It has to be 60. Commander, same again, it has to be 100. But Standard is 60 plus. But the more cards you put in, the harder it is for you to draw the card you want. So that is the trade-off. Usually you want to pare it down to that 60. Anyway, Bone Shards. Bone Shards is a 1-mana sorcery, cast in black. As an additional cost to cast this spell, however, I also have to sacrifice a creature or discard a card. But for that 1 mana and maybe something else, I can destroy a target creature or planeswalker. So it's a tit-for-tat removal spell. I have to get rid of something, and then I take something away from one of my opponents. Very simple. Or I could take it away from myself. It doesn't say opponent. I could destroy my own creature if it was really necessary, but that would be a bit extreme. Notice, it has that special word again, sacrifice. But also, discarding in black isn't a terrible idea because there are ways to bring things out of your graveyard. So, Bone Shards is certainly a workable option. What have we got next then? Speaking of the devil, Dread Return. Dread Return, 4 mana, that's black, black 2, sorcery, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Simply that. Flashback, sacrifice 3 creatures, you may cast this card from your graveyard for its flashback cost, then exile it. So if it's in my graveyard, I don't pay the mana, I just sacrifice 3 creatures, and then this can bring another creature out. Yes, Petra, discard a card is always from your hand, yes. And if you don't have a card to discard, if it's an effect that you just go, whoa, that had no effect on me, but if it's a cost, you can't afford the cost. On that previous card, that was it. Yep, this is another sacrifice. So Petra? Why did I say Petra? Because I'm reading the name Petra. I don't know how I do that sometimes. Carmen here. Carmen can look at that and go, oh no, we lost 3 of our other small creatures around us. Carmen gets bigger, bigger, bigger. I bring back something big, and then Carmen brings something big. It's all great. You're a card now? Yeah. Let's see. Is there a Petra? I'm curious. Is there a Petra? Are there many Petras? Oh, there's a lot. There's a few of them. So there's a Petra Vark, a Petra Hydrox, a Petrodon, and a Petra Sphinx. Now your Petra 1x1. Are any of these a 1-1? Not really. None of these are 1-1s. So, what one is you? Well, let's see here. You've got a golden sub-badge. So it's probably going to be the highest mana cost. Let's go with the Petrodon. Oh, you want to go with the Sphinx? Okay, let's go with the Sphinx. You want to go with the Sphinx. So this is what you are, Petra. This is an older card. Look at that style. I don't know if it says when it came in, but expansion, mastered edition, whatever the hell that was. 5 mana. It's a 3/4 creature. And it has a feature on it. Tap it. Target player chooses a card name, then reveals the top card of their library. If that card has the chosen name, the player puts it into their hand. If it doesn't, the player puts it into their graveyard. Interesting. That's a weird one. That is a weird card. Not gonna lie. That is a weird card. Okay. It's an attempt at card draw, and if you've scryed, you know what card is coming, so synergy there. That is a weird one. Alright, Petra. Now we know who you are. What's my next card? It is Geth's Summons. Another 4-mana card, another sorcery. Return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. I promise you, these are 2 different cards. Corrupted. For each opponent who has 3 or more poison counters as you cast this spell, put up to 1 target creature card from that player's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. Yeah. So if I've spread enough poison around to all of the opponents, this one card can give me any 4 creatures split across the 4 graveyards. I could pick through and take the biggest thing out of every single one of them, if I was so lucky. But even at minimum, I still get to pull a card out of my graveyard, a creature, back onto the battlefield. So that is another nice reanimator, getting that full reanimation power that Black is known for. It requires me to get the poison there first, but you know, I can make that happen. Maybe, potentially. Next up, we have Undying Malice. Undying Malice. Black, instant, until end of turn, target creature gains. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it. Very, very simple stuff. Now, there is a very curious word choice in here that you must make care when using Undying Malice. First of all, it's only target creature, not target creature I control. Just, I can target any creature with this. And it returns under its owner's control. So if someone has stolen one of my creatures, for example, and is suiciding it, I can cast this on it, let it die, and then it will come back to me with a buff. Now that is a niche situation. It is a very niche situation, but it is something to be aware of. It also means if I steal someone else's creature somehow, I do not want to use this on it. Like if I'd done the Dread Return. No, not the Dread Return, the other one. The Geth's Summons. Because if I buffed that creature, it died, it would come back on their side with this, and that would be bad. Would stealing a card not change who's the owner? No, it changes the controller. Fun fact, Petra, when I say stealing the card, you are not actually mugging your friends. Please do not mug your friends. Stealing is bad. But in game, you steal control of it. They are still the owner. That is the difference. Undying Malice could be used for alliances in Commander as well. It's a political game as well as a card game. True, very true, yes. So like, if I had a common enemy with someone, we are both not doing too well, the third player is doing very well, but that third player really wants to remove my other opponent's creature, I can buff that creature with this so that it comes back again. And so now I've got a slightly stronger ally still on my side to, well, hopefully just deal with the other person, then I'll deal with them. There is definitely politics in a Commander game, because only one person can win, but it doesn't mean you have to make it easy for that one person to be decided. Excuse me, doing a lot of talking. This is usually why streamers will have long pauses of let's focus on the gameplay to let their voice rest a bit. Next up we have Vampiric Rites. Now this one doesn't do anything when it starts. Let's bring it out. Again, 1 mana, Vampiric Rites, enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, that's it. Good job. If you spend 2 mana, one of which must be black, at any point in the future, and sacrifice a creature, I gain 1 life, and I draw a card. Notice the keyword, sacrifice. Fine boom, yep. So I'll say I've only played 1v1 Commander due to not might be played MTG. Due to not many played MTG at school. Okay, fair enough. Fair do. Nope, you still missed it, Samuelson. You still missed it. Doing well, doing well. Oh, you spelled damn correctly. Well done. But yeah, you can see how this one is simple card draw. It also means, because this is at any speed, if I know that a creature is going to die, a person has targeted a creature of mine and said, haha, that creature is going to die. In response, I spend the 2 mana, and I can just sacrifice a creature. I get the benefit of sacrificing the creature, and their destroy my creature thing just doesn't work because it's now targeting an empty space. It's gone. So you can use that. Likewise, if they were trying to take control of the creature, I can just rip it out, and they no longer get something to control. So this has various benefits beyond just the card draw. Next up, Costly Plunder. I think you can see how I've gone through my cards, sorting the deck and verifying everything I wanted is in here. Can you do that whenever? Yes. Unless it says that you can only do it as a sorcery, abilities can be activated whenever. The exception to this are tap abilities. They have the tap symbol. You require to tap the thing in order to do that ability. If it has that, then it mustn't have Summoning Sickness. A creature that's just entered has Summoning Sickness until your next upkeep. So you will just not be able to use that tap ability until your next turn starts. But for artifacts and enchantments that have a tap feature, they don't have Summoning Sickness, so they can just go straight ahead and use the tap feature. But because they're tapped, they can't do it twice. This, if it really came to it, I could spend 4 mana and sacrifice 2 creatures at the same time. Well, technically one after the other. You hate to have to sex you, but still try and study mess. I've been understanding those kind of messes my entire life because my mum does the same. I have a book of various home cooking recipes that she put together for me when I eventually moved out, and it's so precious, honest to God. It is so precious going through that because I know what she intended to write every single time. It's clear what she intended to write, but it's not correct. It's not correct. How much mana do you usually get in a game? How long's a piece of string, really? How many creatures can you just stand off that? So it really depends. I've been in games where I've had as little as 4 mana by the time I've lost because things have just been that bad. But that is an extreme case. I've also seen an extreme case of where someone has generated, without going infinite, 25 mana at the start of their turn. I'm just like, do you want to share? So it really depends on the setup, what kind of situation you're in, what kind of deck you built. And I say aside from infinite because there are infinites. I do have on Arena a infinite setup where if it reaches that setup, I can create literally infinite mana. Never asked, is this homebrew? If so, what's your process of deck building? This is homebrew. My process was, oh, that looks like that could work. Oh, that looks like that could work. Oh, that looks like that could work. Buy. And then bring it together, try it a bit, and keep jiggy. Within my budget. That should do me a bit better. Alright, next card here, Costly Plunder. It is very much as it shows. 2 mana, instant, as an additional cost, to cast this spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature. Carmen is once again going, ooh, hello, and then I draw 2 cards. It's very simply a card draw, and it requires me to sacrifice something to get there, But sacrificing in order to get 2 cards is often worth it. Black does that. That's their thing. So it's as simple as that. Speaking of sacrificing to get somewhere, the next one is 3 mana, sorcery, infectious inquiry, poison time. I draw... what was that? I draw 2 cards and I lose 2 life. There's a sacrifice. It's not actually a sacrifice, I just spend 2 life. Each opponent gets a poison counter. They can't dodge it, they can't stop it without counterspelling it. If the spell resolves, they have a poison counter. Poison is important not only for the cards which say corrupted and relate to that, or relate to number of poison counters, but also it's an alternative win con. If a player has 10 or more poison counters, they lose. That's it. That's just it. There is no coming back from it. If you reach 10 poison, you lose. And there are very few ways to remove counters from yourself. Very, very few ways. Now, the downside of poison is that if you're the only poison deck in the game, no one else is helping you. Someone could be on 1 hit point, but if I apply poison counter to them rather than deal damage, I'm not killing them. Someone could be on 9 poison counters, but if I can't hit them to get that 10th one in, tough shit. Doesn't work. So poison is an alternative win con, but it is also a difficult win con. Opponent means the hero or player, whatever it's called. Opponent is the other players. It is just straight up the other players, each opponent. So in a commander game of 4 people, this would say each of the other 3 people playing with you gets a poison counter. Done. Opponent is the players, other than you. And I suppose if you're playing cooperative rules, if you're doing like 2 versus 2, then you wouldn't affect your ally because they're not an opponent. For a moment, I thought I'd somehow ended up with the same card in here. A duplicate, but I haven't. For a moment, I was very concerned I'd somehow made a big snafu, but I hadn't. Village Rights. Wait for it to load. Whatever poison counts should be the side goal. I think just for understanding what poison does should be used as a threat. It's kind of part threat, part activator for the other parts of this deck. I was previously running most of this deck with a poison focused commander, but it was a bad one. So I've taken it out. I've just reshaped the deck and kept in some of the poison elements because they work with Proliferate. Proliferate works with the new commander, so it kind of works. Village Rights. 1 mana, instant, as additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. It feels like I've already said those words, but that's because Costly Plunder is 2 mana, additional cost, sacrifice an artifact or creature, draw 2 cards. This one's just creature. And Vampiric Rights is an enchantment with 2 mana, sacrifice a creature, I gain a life and draw a card. So this isn't Vampiric Rights, this is Village Rights, and it isn't Costly Plunder, it's 1 less costly, but it has to be a creature. Again, another source of card draw and another source of sacrifice. And sacrificing creatures, Carmen can bring them back. Next. You're gonna hate hearing this word. It's gonna reach a point where the word's no longer gonna make any sense to you. It's gonna just sound wrong, but until it does, I'm gonna keep telling you about these cards. Because y'all voted for it. This is reasonably priced plunder. Yeah. Do I plan on getting the FF card releasing in June? Never heard of that, sorry. I don't really look ahead at what's happening with Magic the Gathering. It just kind of happens around me. I'm not that invested into it. Silver Quill Command. Black, white, and 2. Sorcery. Choose 2. Target creature gets +3/+3 and gains flying until end of turn. Nifty. They got Final Fantasy MTG? Oh, okay, there's Final Fantasy stuff coming in. Fair enough. Return target creature card with mana value 2 or less from my graveyard to the battlefield. That's not going to be many creatures, but it is still a return option, if I needed it. Target player draws a card and loses 1 life, so it's a bit of card draw for me. And target opponent sacrifices a creature. Now it is target opponent. Not everyone, just one person sacrifices a creature, but it is still a sacrifice, as well as other options I can pick. And again, it's pick 2. Oh, you have no idea, Petra. Fair enough, then. Fair enough. It's also saying, my main way, one of my older decks, red-green, is Savage Ventmore. It's a monster that gives mana on attack and a lot. Fair do. That certainly makes the deck happen, yeah. Next up, we have got Mirrodin Avenged. Fancy looking card. Mirrodin Avenged. Black, instant, destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn, and then draw a card. So it's a nice little bit of card draw. It does mean that a creature has to have been damaged first. But here's the thing, is that I don't have to be the one doing the damage. I don't have to put my creatures in the way to trigger this in a 4-person game. If 2 people go fighting and one of them just chump blocks, they're like, yeah, it's a chump block, what's really going to come of that? And then I go, oh, by the way, in response, 1 mana, bap. And there goes their bigger creature chump blocked. Oh, it is actually Final Fantasy cards coming in June. Well done, Petra, you nailed it. You nailed it. Good job. This is a nice one. Next up we have Dark Steel Ingot. It's not the best card, this one, but it's what I could get at the shop for what I needed. Dark Steel Ingot, costs 3 mana, it's an artifact, put it down, it's indestructible, and it has, tap this artifact, add 1 mana of any colour. So this is a mana rock. It's a rock that you play, add on, and thereafter you now have access to more mana. It's an investment. Spend mana, get mana. This one's straight up an investment. Now it does cost 3, which is not cheap for a 1 mana rock, but it is also indestructible. So if people play a Destroy All Artifacts card, I just go, no. If they do a Destroy Target Artifact, no. Yeah. Is colourless mana not the same as any mana? Kind of. So there are sources of colourless mana, and then you can also use coloured mana for colourless. So it's kind of a bit of both. Kind of a bit of both. There are even some cards that'll say they do different things based on which colours were spent for those colourless extras. For example, it might say, for each different colour of mana spent on casting the spell, do this. Or, for each green spent on this spell, do this. Even though the spell might not require green at all. So yeah, coloured mana can be used for colourless, but it's not the same as colourless, because colourless itself can't go back the other way to being any colour. It is its own thing. Alright then. What do we got next? We've got, yeah, we're going to have more of these rocks, because this is still a slightly sorted deck at the moment. This one's very, very simple. Charcoal Diamond, 2 mana, artifact, enters tapped, and it taps for black. Now, because it enters tapped, you don't get to use it straight away, which does make it a poorer choice. Unfortunately, the better choices I don't currently have access to. I need to find them at some point and buy them, but right now I don't have them. So instead, I have a Charcoal Diamond. I spend 2 mana, and then in future turns, I am up 1 extra mana. Because you can only play 1 land per turn, this is a way of getting that extra mana aside from just hoping for lands. Because I can, on turn 2, play a second land, so now I'm at 2 lands, and then play the Charcoal Diamond. That's the entirety of my turn, but the next turn, I'm now going to have 3 mana ready to go before I've even played a third land. So that's the importance of those. Lands are broadly better, which is why you fill your deck with land, not with diamonds, That, and also you can have more basic lands than you can just one charcoal diamond, but still. This is an additional source of keeping up with the mana. Say if you're later into the game, you have 6 land already, you can only play 1 extra land, but if you had 3 different diamonds, you could play all 3 of them. If you wanted to. Can you untap cards during your turn? If you have something that says you can, yes. So there might be a thing that says, permanents enter untapped. And so this one, even though it says it enters tapped, the card on the field would override that and say, no, you actually enter untapped. And so you get to use it straight away. Or you might have a feature that says, do something, untap target permanent. And you get to put the diamond back, ready for use. So yeah, those do exist. What's this next one? Yes. Can I help you decipher a card? I have no clue what it wants from you. Sure. What's the card? I can search it up on here if it exists on here. But once I've talked about this one. Fire Mine Vessel. This one's 4 mana. Artifact. Enters the battlefield tapped again, so it's slow. But this one adds 2 mana of different colours. That gives me more to work with. Exposed Odin is asking about Treasure Vault. Let's have a look at Treasure Vault real quick. Treasure Vault. Artifact land. Interesting. So this is a land card, which means you can just play it as your land on a turn. It costs nothing, it's not cast, it's just played as a land. It taps for a colourless mana specifically. Alternatively, you can spend XX and tap it, and then sacrifice this land. All of that is the cost, because it's before the colon. Create X treasure tokens. XX means you have to pay both of those equally to get 1x result. So if you spend 2 mana and sacrifice this land by tapping it, you create 1 treasure token. If you spend 10 mana and sacrifice a land, you get 5 treasure tokens. 2x in for 1x out. That's what it is. As it is also an artifact land, this does mean that it triggers and links with any other kind of artifact synergies. So if something says destroy target artifact, this is an artifact. So do bear that in mind. By being an artifact land, it is actually more vulnerable. But it is also then more interactable if you have return target artifacts from your graveyard to somewhere. This is an artifact. Couldn't they have written 2x instead of XX? No, because 2x is something else. 2x is spend 2 mana and then X mana. If this was 2x, which would actually be written as X2, you would spend 3 mana for 1 token, 4 mana for 2 tokens, and so on. By showing XX, it's very specific. You need to pay both of those costs equally. They must both be X. If they're different numbers, they're not X, they'll be XY. And then create X tokens. And yes, I have heard that apparently XY or even XYZ exists. I've never seen that, but apparently it exists. Yeah. They don't have the Tekker incentive to write out cost multipliers. Yeah, it's not worth it because this communicates it. This says it right here, XX. You have to pay XX. I was using that, in fact, on Blast Zone, the land earlier, where I would spend 2 mana and put 1 charge counter onto Blast Zone. I was charging it up with an XX feature. Alright, next card I've got here. This is an old one. This is an old one. Maybe not that old, but it's still old to me. That's not what my one looks like. That is not what my one looks like. There are various other options. Anyway, Seal of Cleansing. 2 mana, enchantment. When it enters, nothing happens. It just sits there pretty. It's just an enchantment. But at any point, as an instant, I can sacrifice this enchantment and destroy target artifact or enchantment. My one looks like this. So it's kind of similar, kind of not. It's got a fancier border. I'll be honest, I prefer the not fancy border. This type of border I'm not a fan of. But that's what it has. Same artwork, fancier border. Not a fan. Not a fan. is, this is kind of a preparation thing. You just put it down and you just have it ready. So then if there is an artifact or enchantment later that you need to get rid of, you don't have to spend any mana, you just do it. Problem is, by playing it first, your opponents see that it exists, and so they may wish to destroy it before you've got a good target. But if they try to destroy it, in response you just sacrifice it and destroy whatever you can. If you can. Next up, we have Barter and Blood. Anyone who's been paying attention this entire time, you'll know exactly what this card is supposed to be here for. If you have no idea, welcome to the stream, by the way. I'm currently going through my only commander deck that I own. Barter in Blood. Black, black, and another 2 for a total 4 mana, sorcery. Each player sacrifices 2 creatures. It's that word again, sacrifice. And because it's each player sacrifices 2, first of all, I would need to make sure if Carmen's out, I have at least 2 other creatures out there with her, otherwise I've just killed her. So, it is something to be played tactfully, not willy-nilly. But if I can, and if there are enough creatures around to fully trigger that, Carmen would get +8/+8 as a result of this card right here. Because there would be 8 creatures sacrificed at the same time. And that's beautiful. I think you've been conditioned to do the most moist critical woo every time you hear the word sacrifice. Whether that, or just hear Vine Boom in your head, or just nice. Whatever works for you. Whatever works. There's a happy little ding! Oh, right there. Next up, we've got something far less destructive than all these black cards. We got another white card, and they are usually far nicer. Glorious Anthem. We need an iconic Kenji sound? Hey, I come out with sounds. Take your pick. Take your pick. Glorious Anthem. White, white, and 1 more. And we get an enchantment, which is very simply, creatures you control get +1/+1. That's it. No tribalism, no if they're tokens, or if they're black, or if they're white, or if they're flying, or if they're artifacts, none of that. Just every single creature I have, at all times, has +1/+1. Simply that. Which makes Carmen stronger, and everything else. It's just better. Simple as that. Obviously, it cost me 3 mana to get there, so it's a trade-off. Next, this has got a lot of text on it. Let's get it up on the screen so you can read the text with me. Extract a Confession. 2 mana, that's black and 1, sorcery. As an additional cost to cast this spell, I may collect Evidence 6. So I don't have to pay this cost, but I can choose to. Collecting Evidence 6 means to exile cards with total mana value 6 or greater from my graveyard. So if we just have a look at, say, if Glorious Anthem and Barter in Blood were in my graveyard, that's a 3 mana and a 4 mana, I could exile those 2 from the graveyard, remove them from the game functionally, and that would pay the Collect Evidence cost. On casting this spell then, each opponent sacrifices a creature. Carmen. If evidence was collected, instead, each opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power among creatures they control. Because you see, normally, if you're told to sacrifice a creature and you've got a 10/10 and a 1/1, you go, the 1/1 can die. No one cares. It's gone. Bye! So I put in that collect evidence if needs be, and someone who's got this big old board of things, and then just one big thing, they're like, haha, your sacrifice can't hit me. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. And crucially, the big things tend to have all the different protections on them because they're big things. You want to protect them. So they might have them have hexproof. You can't target them. They're indestructible. You can't destroy them. Sacrifice doesn't care about that. Sacrifice ignores hexproof, ignores indestructible, ignores anything to protect it. If a player is told to sacrifice it, they have to get rid of it. Yeah. Collecting evidence should be relatively easy when it comes to Commander, especially by the time big creatures hit the field when you want to cast this. Yeah. I do have some mill features in here, and I've got plenty of sacrificing stuff myself to put things in the graveyard, to be ready to use the evidence. So yeah, I have got features prepared to make that evidence collection possible, yeah. So it is manageable. And it's a common card. Not even a uncommon, just common for that one. It works. This next one is, however, neither common nor uncommon. It's a rare one. We're on to a creature now. We have got Evolved Sleeper. I picked this one up not that long ago, and I have yet to play it, and I'm looking forward to. It is a human creature. Only 1 mana, only 1/1. But you'll notice it has a lot of rules text. For black mana, at any point later, Evolved Sleeper becomes a human cleric with base power and toughness 2/2. For black and 1 mana, if Evolved Sleeper is a cleric, which would be from the first feature, put a death touch counter on it, and it becomes a Phyrexian human cleric with base power and toughness 3/3. You see the evolution. A death touch counter means that it now has death touch at all times until that counter is removed. It doesn't mean it only gets 1 instance of death touch, which was a mistake I made when first playing against this on Arena. I thought, I'll sack something into it and then the death touch will be consumed. Not how it works. Not how it works. It also means, as it's a counter, anything that removes counters can remove death touch from it, and if something can move a counter from one place to another, I can move it over. If I had that. Before I continue with the details on this one, I realise I've gone through a lot of water to help me keep speaking. I will need to be back in just a moment. So I'm going to be a moment longer. I need to have a word with my housemate. Well, crisis averted. Not a crisis. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry about that. We just hear a sudden scream from the background. Kevin's come back covered in blood. No, I wouldn't let you have evidence of things that definitely didn't happen. Absolutely not. But, no, it was a simple case of... It's gone 10 o'clock here in the UK, which also I probably should consider stream times. We're fine. It's gone 10 o'clock here in the UK, so I was a little bit surprised to pop through and notice that the oven was on. Hey, why is the oven on with nothing inside of it? What's going on here? Turns out my housemate fell asleep earlier. They didn't get around to having food after work before falling asleep, and so now they're having their evening meal. bless. They do work very hard. They do work very hard, and I'm very proud of where they've managed to get to, actually, as well. So, if they need their sleep at the end of a hard week, I fully understand. Just brief moment of, oh dear God. But they're fine. They didn't put the oven on, then fall asleep. They fell asleep earlier, woken up, now they're cooking foods. Everything is under control. We're all fine. I'm not burning down. No, I'm good. Yeah, if they fell asleep after turning on the oven, then I would be a bit more upset. But no. They just, they didn't have enough mana to continue the turn long enough to sacrifice their food token. They needed to get to their next turn. Needed an upkeep. Anyway, enough silly MTG jokes aside. Evolved Sleeper. I was talking about how, yeah, the first evolution brings it from human to human cleric, and it goes up from 1-1 to 2-2. Next evolution, it's now a Phyrexian human cleric, and it's gone up to 3-3 with Death Touch. And thereafter, I can continuously use this third feature, which is spend 3 mana, only usable if it's already Phyrexian. I buff it yet again, so it'll be 4-4 or 5-5 or 6-6. I draw a card, and I lose 1 life. Multiple good things going on here. Multiple good things. Number 1, because it's all abilities on the card without needing to tap, if it's early game, I can place this down and then invest into it later on as needed. Secondly, if I need to surprise an opponent with it, if they've forgotten to pay attention to what's going on, surprises can be made. And for just 2 mana, I can turn it from a totally innocuous 2-2 into a Death Touch 3-3. That can change a moment. And if it does survive up to that point of being so invested, and do bear in mind that at that point is 1, 2, 3, 4 mana invested, so it's not cheap at that point, I can then continuously spend mana to make it both bigger and draw me cards, which is also good. This deck contains multiple sources of Proliferate. Once I've done that first increase of the 3 mana to give it a +1/+1 counter, Proliferate can act on that to give it more +1/+1 counters. It will also give it more Death Touch counters, but that's immaterial. We don't care about that. So altogether, this card works pretty nicely, just as a card in itself, but also can interact with the rest of this deck. The downside is that regardless of how much is happening with this card, however much mana is spent on it, it is still a 1 mana creature. And so if someone casts an ability or something that says, destroy a 1 mana cost creature or less, this is one of them. And it'll die. Smolson has a card they would like me to explain called Bounty of Might. Okay. You complete the 3 mana ability? Yes. Because it says if it's Phyrexian, and, well, it's already Phyrexian by that point, so you could just keep going. If needs be, on a turn with 9 mana available to me, I could use it 3 times. But that would be excessive. But I could. Bounty of Might. Smolson's asking me to look at this one. Oh, I see what's got you confused here. I see. Yeah, so this isn't an error. With card features, you go down them one by one on the card. Each new line, where they've used the return key, as it were, that's another feature that happens after the first one. So you spend 6 mana, of which green, green, and 4. It's an instant. Any target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. Then you target any creature for +3/+3, and then you target any creature for +3/+3. Again, all to the end of turn. So you can target the same creature 3 times. You can target 3 separate creatures. You can target 2 creatures, one of them twice, one of them once. All 3 of those are valid options here. You target 1, and then you target 1, and then you target 1. That's why it says it like that. I know it looks like a misprint, but it's not a misprint, and certainly not for that cast cost. Certainly not for that. There's not many better ways of saying this, other than it could be target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn, then repeat this process twice. Which is probably the more modern way of them printing this, and most likely done because of people being confused about this being a potential misprint. So yeah, you would probably see on more modern cards that whole first line and then repeat this process twice. Other ways of doing it wouldn't work. So like if they said target 3 creatures, well, what if you wanted to target the same one? Yeah. It's from 2018? Okay, well, even more modern than 2018. That was still 7 years ago, mate. That's still 7 years ago. You can even target other players' creatures. True, yeah. Radikai, it doesn't necessarily have to be if you're just in a multiplayer game and want to do some fun commander shenanigans. It could still just be in a 1v1. You could use this in a 1v1. If you're against someone who has a really big creature and a really small creature, and you want to kill the really small creature because the small creature is the one with the features that you actually want dead. You don't care about the size of it, it's the features you want murdered. Well, I have a card here earlier that was like, oh yeah, the opponent sacrifices the creature with the biggest power. So you could put that that 9/9 onto that small creature. Or alternatively, we came up against Fire Action Obliterator earlier. Remember this card. Imagine it as a +9/+9, just for the sake of what's coming next. Fire Action Obliterator. Whenever a source deals damage to Fire Action Obliterator, that source's controller sacrifices that many permanents. So say your opponent was blocking this with a 1/1. They're like, yep, it's a 1/1, I have to sacrifice 1 permanent, I could afford that, but haha, your creature is kind of slightly blocked and deals less damage. The trample means it's not going to be that blocked, but haha, it's a 1/1, whatever. Maybe they wanted to sacrifice a greedy freebooter that way. So they're looking to get the benefit of the scry and the treasure token. They don't mind sacrificing something for that. It's a 1/1. How bad could it be? And you go, ha ha ha, you thought you were blocking with a 1/1, were you? Well, you use that green card, you buff up the greedy freebooter, and then you buff it up again, so now it's a 7/7, and then use the other one on the Obliterator to make it a 9/9, sorry, an 8/8, so it doesn't die to the greedy freebooter. Your opponent has now gone from dealing 1 damage to the Obliterator to 7 damage. And so they have to sacrifice 7 permanents, and now your opponent is going to be very, 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 very scared. I should get this card because sacrifice. But it's expensive, I'm sure. I'll have to look it up. How expensive is it? I'll look it up later. Trample means overkill. Overkill overflows. Pretty much, yeah. So trample, any remaining damage after damaging the creatures defending will then continue through to hit the target player. Target defending player. So say if this attacked and was blocked by 2 1/1 creatures, the first one would take 1 damage, the second one would take 1 damage, and then they've run out of defenders. The other 3 damage can get through and hit the player. Oh, if the camera shook, that was housemate going to the oven. They are still cooking. They remember they're cooking. It's all good. But yeah, so trample allows you to barrel on through. Here, mana investment being bounty of might plus sacrifice instant card you mentioned earlier. Yeah, pretty much. You can defend 1 card and multiple ones? Yes. So each creature can only defend or block 1 target unless they say otherwise. However, any number of creatures, unless it says otherwise, just imagine unless it says otherwise is on the end of every ruling I give you. Okay? Every creature can only block 1 creature, but any number of creatures can block the same creature. So in the case of a Fire Action Obliterator, if my opponent was attacking with 10 1/1s, I could only block 1 of them, and that means I'd only trigger for 1 sacrifice. But if my opponent was attacking me with a Fire Action Obliterator, and I really wanted to sacrifice a bajillion things for some reason, then I could just shove a whole bunch of things into it to block. And that can sometimes actually be a play. Not very often, but it could be. So it means that the attacker has the advantage of choosing who's attacking. The defender has the advantage of choosing where the defenses go and how many are put where. Those are the trade-offs. Alright then. But I don't have this card. I really want to get it at some point though. Next up. Especially if attacking cards with trample? Yeah. If they don't have trample, if this had no trample, you could just put a 1-1 in front of it and block all of the damage to your face, and you just sacrifice one thing. One permanent. So, next card I own, because I don't own that one. Don't type it like a Scotsman. You have to think of the order of defenders too, or is it a given order? Good question, Patrick. Very good question. The order of defenders is chosen by the attacker. So, say I was attacking with a 1-1 Death Touch. It's only got 1 damage. So it's only able to kill 1 creature because it can only damage 1. Once it's spent the 1 damage, it's gone. If you then block that with a 1-1 and a 10-10, I can choose to deal the damage to the 10-10 rather than the 1-1. So the defender chooses how many creatures defending and who they're blocking, but the attacker gets to determine where the damage is split up. The only thing the attacker is locked into in that regard is 1, they must be applying their damage to those creatures, and they must kill those creatures fully. Sorry, no, not kill. They must assign damage to those creatures at least equal to their toughness before they can go on to finish a trample. So if you blocked me with a 1-3 and a... No, why am I being weird about this? If you blocked me with a 1-1 and a 3-3 with the Phyrex Obliterator, I would have to give 1 damage to the 1 and 3 to the 3, and then the 1 comes through on the end, in any order. But if you were blocking me with a 1-1 and a 5-5, I could choose to just damage the 5-5 and not hit the 1. Or if you're blocking with 3 1-1s and a 5-5, I could choose to go for the 1-1, 1-1, 1-1, and let the 5-5 live. Any combination thereof. Tiny Bones! Bauble... I'm not Scottish, I promise. Bauble Burglar. Tiny Bones Bauble Burglar. That one right there. Legendary creature, Skeleton Rogue. Whenever an opponent discards a card, exile it from their graveyard with a stash counter on it. During your turn, you may play cards you don't own with stash counters on them from exile, and mana of any type can be spent to cast those spells. So basically, if my opponents are getting rid of cards, or if I told them to get rid of cards, I can now use them. I have access to those cards, and they're not in their graveyard, so they can't even resurrect them. Also, for 3 mana and tap Tiny Bones, each opponent discards a card. I can only do it as a sorcery. Which would fall into the whole, hey, look, you just discarded cards. Da 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 da. Death Touch Trample provides a different result. Very true, yes. If the opponent has a Death Touch, you can choose to hit that last. Okay, so some more salient questions there, Petra. You've got some very sensible questions for someone who's never played this. So first of all, combat happens instantly. Or instantaneously, I should say. That's the correct word. So all of combat happens at once. If you have 3 creatures blocking and my creature slams into them, all of that damage happens at the same time. Unless the card says otherwise. So the whole, oh, put the Death Touch creature last, doesn't matter. You can put it first or last, you still careen through until you're out of damage. Until the fight is done. Then Death Touch kicks in. And as Radicar's pointing out, Death Touch and Trample is a different result. Yes, with Death Touch, any amount of damage dealt above 0, you can't deal 0, any amount of damage dealt is enough to kill the creature. So if I had a Death Touch Trample 5-5, and you blocked with 5 5-5 creatures, well, I could just go 1 damage, 1 damage, 1 damage, 1 damage, 1 damage. They all die. So do watch out for that. It also means if they have a 20 damage Trample Death Touch creature, and you have a 20-20 blocker, you don't block all 20 damage. They just deal 1 damage to you, that's enough to the 20-20, that's enough to kill it, the other 19 still comes through to your face. Petra says you'd want to put enough damage into the Death Touch before the others to get it off the board. If you want the Death Touch off the board, yes. If. As for Legendary, this has two features. First of all is the main rule of Legendary. If something is Legendary, you can only have one copy of that on the battlefield at the same time. If at any point you would have two of the same legendary name on the battlefield, so if I had a Tiny Bones Bauble Burglar and another Tiny Bones Bauble Burglar, I would immediately have to choose which one of them to keep. The other one goes straight to the graveyard. Sacrifice, I think. In Commander, because you can only have one of each named card anyway, that usually doesn't come up as a problem. But say if you were to try and copy this creature, then it would be a problem. That said, it only applies on a per player basis. So if I have a Tiny Bones Bauble Burglar and you have a Tiny Bones Bauble Burglar, we can both have a Tiny Bones Bauble Burglar. There is no restriction on the Tiny Bones Bauble Burglar for your Tiny Bones Bauble Burglar and my Tiny Bones Bauble Burglar. But if my Tiny Bones Bauble Burglar were to stay on the battlefield and I were to steal your Tiny Bones Bauble Burglar, I would then have to choose whether to keep my Tiny Bones Bauble Burglar or your Tiny Bones Bauble Burglar. And the other one would go to the graveyard of the person who owns the Tiny Bones Bauble Burglar that I have chosen not to keep. I'm going to stop saying the full name now. But yeah, so that is the main feature of Legendary. You can only have one copy of a Legendary on your battlefield at any one time. The other feature of Legendary is that Commander permits only Legendary creatures and Planeswalkers to be your Commander. So this one here is a Legendary creature. It can be a Commander, whereas Evolved Sleeper is not Legendary. So it can't be a Commander. That's just a rule. That is just a rule. So yeah, Tiny Bones steals cards from people when they discard them, allows me to play those cards, and if they're the wrong colour, Tiny Bones fixes that for me. It's literally called mana fixing. Any legendary can be a commander. Legendary creatures or legendary planeswalkers. Not legendary artifacts, not legendary enchantments, not legendary lands. Has to be creature or planeswalker, has to be legendary. Those are the two requirements. Tiny Bones as a commander sounds fun. It can be, yeah. Because at 2 mana you've already got this out, and then if you play a discard heavy deck, black has a lot of discard cards, you play a discard heavy deck, you take away your opponent's stuff, it doesn't go to their graveyard so they can't activate graveyard shenanigans, and you just start casting their shit. Who needs card draw? Take theirs. Up next we have got a slightly curious card. I'll be honest, this is one I am almost certainly going to remove. Correction, planeswalkers aren't usually permitted as commander unless the card type says this. No. No. That's not the rule I'm familiar with. Maybe I've been taught wrong, but that's not the rule I'm familiar with. I know certainly with Brawl, any legendary planeswalker can be a commander. I was of the understanding that just planeswalkers in general can be. I have never heard the rule that planeswalkers require the text to say they can be a commander. Maybe that's an older thing, but never come across it myself. You're not mixing up with Companion, are you? I don't imagine you are. No, you're pretty clued in on this. Anyway, on to the next card. Next card is, I'm going to say what I'm not too sure about keeping in the deck, but it is a creature with card draw, so it's not terrible. It is Teferi Temporal Archmage is an example. Okay, it may be an example with the text on the card, but it's still not a rule I'm familiar with. Just straight up. It's the first time I've heard that. Phyrexian Gargantua. It's a 6 mana cost. This is very, very expensive. And to say it's only a 4/4, that's... But when it enters the battlefield, I draw 2 cards and I lose 2 life. Now, drawing 2 cards and losing 2 life, cards that do that usually would cost me like 3 mana. So you can effectively cut this cost down by 3, and that's what it actually is for a 4/4 creature. But once it's done that, it is just a 4/4 Phyrexian horror creature. So it is a bit of an expensive card to utilize. I'm also noticing that it calls itself a rarity common, but my one's uncommon, and it shows that most of these are uncommons. Ooey. Whatever. Point is, it's not an amazing card, but it is a card draw card, which I am a little bit stuck on at the moment. But once I get a better card for it, I will probably be replacing this one. Can you build a deck around losing health? Kind of, yeah. You don't want to keep losing health, because if you're out, you're out. But yeah, you can, kind of. There are things that interact with that. You can also build a deck around gaining health, and so on and so forth. Pretty much if something happens, you can probably build a deck around that something. Pretty much. Alright then. But yeah, so this card pretty much explains itself. It's not that amazing, but it is in here. Next one is a little bit more interesting. I dare say quite a bit more interesting, but I've not had a chance to play it yet. Blood Scrivener, a 2-mana zombie wizard creature, 2/1. If you would draw a card while you have no cards in hand, instead draw 2 cards and lose 1 life. This applies at any point I would ever draw a card whilst my hand is empty. Any point. So it doesn't matter if I've emptied my hand with my last card and that card was draw 2 cards, that would count. So now I'm drawing 3 cards and an extra loss of 1 life. If it is just become my turn and I have no cards, I've used them all up or been forced to discard them, okay, instead of drawing 1 card, I'm now going to draw 2 and lose 1 life. So it's a simple little way of just improving my card draw when I'm at my lowest. It's not amazing, because I do need to be at my lowest first, but it is there. Make sure you bleed the fine print. Yeah, it's a cheeky one, isn't it? It's a good one. Good line. Alright, up next we have got Liliana's... Not actually Liliana, I don't have Liliana. My god. Standard Bearer. Interesting, so... Okay, so Brawl allows Planeswalker commanders, but EDH and CEDH actually don't. Huh. I have been misadvised. Curious. Liliana's Standard Bearer. Creature Zombie Knight, nothing too special, 2 mana, but it does have Flash. Flash is a unique keyword on cards, which means that they can be cast as an instant rather than a sorcery. Simply that. So this creature can be cast at almost any time. When Liliana's Standard Bearer enters the battlefield, draw X cards, where X is the number of creatures that died under my control that turn. So this is good to hold on to and hold the mana. If I suspect there's a board wipe coming, or if I have a bunch of creatures I'm fine with sacrificing by throwing them into combat, I can wait for that to happen and then put this one down. So in the event of a big old board wipe, I just know it's coming. Have this one ready, get a whole bunch of cards, get myself back into the swing of things quickly. It's very nice in that regard. And that's why it's got Flash to allow this to trigger on someone else's turn. EDH commander, CEDH just competitive commander. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright then, what have we got next? We have got... Now we have the most expensive card in this entire deck. This was definitely a... This was definitely a treat myself purchase. It's not very expensive, but it is not cheap. And I'm not just talking about the mana cost. I have a Valgothoth Terror Eater. 9 mana to cast it. How many months of Eve was it? About 1.5. 9 mana to cast it. Legendary creature, Elder Demon, 9/9 for power and toughness. It's all about the 9s. It has flying and lifelink and ward in order to target this creature with anything offensive. Oh, anything that isn't from me, actually. In order for any other player to target this creature, they must first sacrifice 3 non-land permanents. If they don't, then ward will attempt to counter that spell. If it's this spell can't be countered, then don't pay the ward. So already, this is a word soup creature, flying, lifelink and ward. But it doesn't stop there. If a card I didn't control will be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. During my turn, I may play cards exiled with Valgothoth. If I cast a spell this way, I don't pay mana. I pay life equal to its mana value rather than paying its mana cost. And considering this is a lifelink 9/9, which can basically generate 9 extra life every round pretty consistently, oh boy. Oh boy. You can turn a lot of hit points into a lot of trouble very quickly. And this isn't just discard, like the Tiny Bones earlier. Any card that goes into the graveyard from anywhere becomes playable. And note, it says I may play cards exiled. Not cast cards, play cards. Which means if a land goes into someone's graveyard, whilst Valgothoth is on the field, that land goes under Valgothoth, and on my turn, I can play the land. It's still the limit of lands per turn applies, but I can just take their land and play it for myself. If creatures die, they go to the graveyard. If someone discards, it goes to the graveyard. If they mill, if they surveil and don't want to keep it on top, it goes to the graveyard. And all of that graveyard stuff, Valgothoth says, "Nuh-uh, you're coming with me." Flying means it can attack over defenders? Yes. In order to block something flying, you yourself must also be flying or have reach. Only flying and reach can block flying. Simply that. And flying can block non-flying as well. It's a one-way issue. Yeah, this is a very nice one. You can see why it is not cheap, being that it is a recent card and a mythic rarity, hence the orangey colour on it there. It is very difficult to play, but when it is out there, and if you can keep it protected from other people trying their best to remove it, because they will, it is a beautiful terror. And it's a beautiful card. Up next we have something nowhere near as big. We have a bat. It's just a bat. This is a Deep Cavern Bat. Also known as that little bastard to anyone who plays in Standard against it. Most Standard black decks will have these in. Is there a card type that's like a Taunted Hearthstone? Okay, you have to attack this card before everything else. You don't attack specific cards. If you attack a player, and then that player chooses their blockers, if any. But there are ways to force things to be blocked, yes. It's a Deep Cavern Bat, only 2 mana. It's a bat creature, 1/1, flying lifelink. Just like Valgothoth, but absolutely not like it. When Deep Cavern Bat enters the battlefield, look at target opponent's hand. You may exile a non-land card from it until Deep Cavern Bat leaves the battlefield. This is less powerful in Commander by quite a stretch. In Standard, it can be devastating because you can just have a look at your opponent's hand, leaf through and go, oh, I see how this combo works, and if you don't have this card, your combo doesn't work. Oh, my bad. And then you just leave the bat there on the battlefield, do everything you can to not let it die, and the opponent's just looking at the card taken. You're like, shit. So yeah, Not the most amazing in Commander, but still it is a flying lifelink thieving creature. Sounds soul-crushing? It can be, yes. Also, remember, it says when it enters the battlefield. So if it dies, and then something were to bring it back... Boop. Do it again. And normally you have 4 of them, and just in case one die? Kinda, yeah. I have once opened a game of Standard on Arena with mana, 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 bat, bat, bat. That's my 7 cards. So, turn 1 I played nothing. Turn 2, I stole the card that they could play on turn 2. So they put down a land and just had to skip their turn. Turn 3, I played the next bat and I stole their 3 mana card. So turn 3, they could just play a land. Turn 4, I played another bat, they quit. Very understandably, they quit at that point. It's just... There is no coming back from that. That's just mean. So yeah, and that kind of thing is terrifying to play against if you've mulliganed. Mulligan is, you've looked at your opening hand, you go, this is simply not good enough. I'll put it back in the deck, shuffle the deck, draw a new set of 7 at a cost. In Commander, in casual Commander, people usually let you mulligan until you've got a fair hand. But on Arena, in Standard, when you mulligan, you get a new set of 7 cards. If you're happy with it, you put one of those cards back on the bottom of your library. So now you're down to 6. If you're not happy, you can do the shuffle again. Draw a new set of 7, but this time you have to put 2 on the bottom. Or then 3, or then 4. Right, how far do you want to go? You need cards. So if you've mulliganed 1 or 2 times, and then your opponent starts playing Deep Cavern Bats, it's basically GG. Unless you have a quick response. You're pretty screwed over at that point. You just imagine IRL, you just look at the cards from opponent's hands. It's pretty much a case of, play that down, you there, give me your hand, you can have those ones back. And you just slip the other one onto Deep Cavern. They look at it like, you son of a bitch. I'm going to murder that. Yeah, and that is the other benefit as well, is because they're going to want to murder it, they're going to have to spend the time murdering it and not something else of yours. Even worse is if you take the destroy card. If you look at their hand, you see they have 1 destroy creature card, take that card. Now they can't destroy the bat that way. Or you can leave them with the card and force them to spend it on the bat, rather than getting it back later to spend it somewhere else. All kinds of strategy. Next up, we have something a little bit fetid. Something a little bit impish. It might indeed be a fetid imp. Give it a moment. Fetid imp, 2 mana. It's a 1/2, and it's flying. And that's that. That's all it is. Except, if I spend an extra black mana on any turn, Fetid imp gains Death Touch until end of turn. So it's not always Death Touch, but it is ready to be Death Touch at a moment's notice, with just 1 mana. Just 1. So if I need it on the same turn, or same round, it is functionally 3 mana rather than 2. But if it's already on the field, then later it's just 1 more mana later, which can be convenient to have. It also means it's only a 2 mana creature for being reanimated purposes, which is a positive. But sometimes also a negative. Next up, we have something a little toxic. We have a Blight Belly Rat, and that is exactly how my card looks. Another 2 mana creature, this time a 2/2 rather than 1/1 or 1/2. Can use that effect after attacked? Yes, you can use that effect even after blockers are declared, but before the damage is dealt. Because you can respond to the declaration of blockers. So if I attack with the... If someone attacks me, and then I choose my blocker on it, I then go, oh, actually, dip, Death Touch. And the person goes, oh shit, I forgot that could have Death Touch, no! And then they lose their creature. It's all good fun. If you feel like reminding them, you're welcome to do so. Definitely declare it when it enters, but yeah, you don't want to be sneaky. If you put it down originally, Say, yep, it's a flying 1/2. Also, I can pay to give it Death Touch until end of turn. Just that little bit as a reminder to people, it can gain Death Touch. But you don't need to remind them thereafter. If someone chooses to attack into you, you're just like, okay. I'm going to block with the Fetid Imp. There you go. Yeah, alright, put your jump in front of it. Yeah. Tap. And then they cry. Or then they respond with, oh shit, you can do that. Okay, well, in response, and then they do their thing, and that's just how the game works. So, Blightbelly Rat. It's a simple little rat. It's not flying, it's not lifelink, it's not any of that, but it has got Toxic 1, so it does apply poison if it damages a player directly. With combat damage, specifically. Is it common for people to know cards by name, or only cooler cards? It depends on how long someone's been playing and how familiar they are with it, really. If you ask a typical MTG player, do you know what Go for the Throat is? Most of them will know. But if you ask them just some random card, like that's a swamp, if you ask them some random card like Steel Seraph, they might not know. They might not. Some also saying, base rule is read it to your enemy or let them read it if you can do anything special. I mean, just let people read cards. If they ask to read it, let them read it anytime. Obviously, it's there, it's publicly visible, let them have a look at it. But yeah, read it out if there's something to be aware of, if it's not just a 2/2, if there's something about it, just quickly summarize it, let people know, and then if they choose to act poorly on that information, that's their call. If you want to kindly remind them that something is literally impossible, then, you know, go ahead. Like, for example, if I was using the artifact Chimmel the Inner Sun, which says all of my spells cannot be countered, I then cast a spell and someone tries to counter it, I go, are you sure you want to do that? Because as soon as you confirm you're going to do that, Chimmel will just counter that. Yeah. Are there cards that are just 2/2 and no other effect? There are, however, why would you want something that's 2/2 and no other effect when you can get things that have effects? By and large, you want the effects. Just the 2/2 is not good enough. Redicard saying, I believe you need to mention your activating ability effective. Obviously, you can mention that when combat steps are about to enter damage. The reason for mentioning activation is that there are cards that work off whenever abilities are activated. Yeah, of course, Redicard, of course. It's not like you can just silently go, oh, by the way, it actually had Death Touch. You do have to declare it, yes. You have to activate the ability, and that is a declared thing. You tap the mana, you spend the mana, people can respond to it. But at that point, it's usually too late. Because that is an informational thing, the person can't take backsies at that point. They can't go, oh, wait, I don't actually attack with that creature. It's too late. They declared the attack, you declared the block, and then you declared the Death Touch activation. That's legal order. They can't take back the attack now, that's the whole point of it. So long as you made sure people were fairly aware, had the ability to notice that feature existed when the creature was actually on the battlefield, it's all fair game. If someone forgets a feature works that way, that's on them. They had the opportunity. Now this rat has one other feature as well. When it dies, proliferate, which is very simple. It's, once again, I can choose any number of permanents or players that have counters on them and increase all of those counters by 1. Which is good for poison, it's good for +1/+1 counters, that sort of thing. That sort of thing. Speaking of poison, we have one of my few very nasty white cards. Most of my white ones are defensive and supportive. Yeah, not this one. Also 2 mana, creature. This one's a 1/1 Fire Action Soldier with Double Strike Toxin 1. Double Strike is a variant of combat. If a creature has Double Strike, first, all damage that creatures deal if they have First Strike or Double Strike happens, and only those creatures. Then, all the creatures without First Strike and with Double Strike, well, without First Strike or with Double Strike, those ones then hit. So this one hits twice in combat. If it was attacking another 1/1 creature and that 1/1 did not have First Strike or Double Strike, this one would hit it and kill it before the creature could do anything else. Because it would kill it in that moment, any triggers off of death would then also happen before the second part of combat concludes. Or even begins. The further feature of Double Strike and Toxin is that if it was let to just hit a player directly, it would hit the player for 1 damage, and because it dealt damage, it applies the poison. Then it will hit the player for 1 damage, and because it hit the player, it applies 1 poison. So this creature, despite having Toxin 1, can apply 2 poison counters per combat. Pretty nasty stuff. And then if I give this any kind of benefits and boosts, like give it additional Toxin or make it where it can't be blocked, you can see how that can be problematic rather quick. A very nasty one. Oh, yeah, we got a curious one next. This one's very curious, but it has worked in my favour. You have a commander you want to know what I think are from D&D Commander called Verondis Rage of Ancients? I'll have a look at that in just a second, Smolson. Let me bring up this card I've just pulled out. Bloated Processor. Alright, fair enough, Petra. You take care. Have a good night. Bloated Processor. 3 mana. Fire action creature. 3/2. And it is just a 3/2 in itself at first, but it has a activated feature and a triggered feature. Its activated ability, sacrifice another Phyrexian. Once I do so, put a +1/+1 counter on Bloated Processor. Simply that. So if, for example, I saw that Jawbone Duelist here, which is also Phyrexian, was about to die, I could instead activate this feature on Bloated Processor, sacrifice Jawbone Duelist, just giving up on whatever was killing it, and put the +1/+1 onto here instead. And then triggered feature, when Bloated Processor dies, which is it's taken from the graveyard, sorry, taken from the battlefield to the graveyard. When it dies, incubate X, where X is its power. This creates a artifact token with a 2 mana cost to turn it into an artifact creature. That artifact creature has 0/0 and a number of +1/+1 counters on it equal to X. So, at the moment, Bloated Processor comes into battlefield. It's got 3... is it power? Yeah, 3 power. If it immediately died, I would then have an artifact with 3 +1/+1 counters on it. And for 2 mana, at any point later, I can turn that into a artifact creature with a total of 3/3 power and toughness due to those 3 +1/+1s. If someone is about to do a board wipe, with this and other Phyrexians on my side of the board, I can first of all spam that sacrifice another Phyrexian feature. Sacrifice, 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 sacrifice. In doing so, this will just get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then it dies to the board wipe. And then I have a very big artifact, which can turn into a creature when I'm ready. So it can be useful for that. Okay, this next one's a mean one. I will admit this next one is definitely a mean one, and it's one I'm not sure I want to keep in this deck, but for the way that other people's decks work at the group I go to, I think this one's still a smart one to keep. This one is called Phyrexian Sensor. Let me bring that up on the screen for you. You might notice there's a few Phyrexians in here. It's not all Phyrexians, it's not even majority Phyrexians, but there are a few. 3 mana, it's a 3/3 creature. Each player can't cast more than one non-Phyrexian spell each turn. Sorry, Smells, I'll get back to that. Each player can't cast more than one non-Phyrexian spell each turn. Non-Phyrexian creatures enter the battlefield tapped. This can really slow down my opponents. Really slow them down. They want to do all these shenanigans, throw out different spell, wham, 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 wham. Well, if that spell does not include removing this creature, you get 1. Just 1. No more, just 1. If it doesn't have Phyrexian in the middle of the card, you get 1 spell. That's it. Move on. Let's go to combat. Now this does affect me as well. So if I had this on the field and I wanted to play a non-Phyrexian creature and another spell, Tough Titties, I'm also screwed over by it. So it is a bit of a risky one to have in a not purely Phyrexian deck. But I like it. So I'm going to keep it around for now. Alright, so, Simolson, what was the card you wanted me to look at? It was a Vrondis Rage of Ancients. Let's have a look. Vrondis Rage of Ancients. What is that thing? What is that thing? Alright, Mythic Rare, Legendary Creature. Vrondis Rage of Ancients is a 5-mana cost, 5/4 creature in red and green. It has Enrage. Whenever Vrondis Rage of Ancients is dealt damage, you may create a 5/4 red and green dragon spirit creature token with, when this creature deals damage, sacrifice it. Whenever you roll 1 or more dice, okay, that's unusual, you may have Vrondis deal 1 damage to itself. Ooh, that is mean. I like it. That is mean. That is mean. So, there are various bits that come out of this. Curiously, that 5/4 red and green dragon spirit isn't flying. A dragon that isn't flying. Well, I suppose this is a dragon barbarian, it's also not flying. So I guess it's... yeah, it's dragon spirits, it's dragon kin spirits? Dragonborns, not actual dragons, I guess, but yeah. And it does MTG too. I do play MTG, yep. And we stream bits about it from time to time. I think last time was in January. But yeah. So this is cheeky. This is cheeky because this can do a lot of different things. It's not just the dice. You can also use spells that deal less than lethal damage to it. If you targeted this commander with Shock and dealt 2 damage to it, that would trigger this. And you can do it any number of times in the turn because there's no turn limits on it. Ooh, that's a nasty one. It is 5 mana to get out, but that's a nasty one. Nice choice. Nice choice. Alright, what's the next one I've got here? It is Annex Sentry. Another Phyrexian. Let us bring this up real quick. Annex Sentry. 3 mana cost. Artifact creature, Phyrexian Cleric. It is a 1/4, so very little power, but plenty of toughness for the mana. Toxic 1, so again it can apply those poison counters. And when it enters the battlefield, exile target artifact or creature an opponent controls with mana value 3 or less until this leaves the battlefield. Now it is a little risky in that regard. If I exile something and then it comes back again, then, well, there we are. That's unfortunate. But if I exile a token that way, tokens don't come back. When a token leaves the battlefield, it's just gone. It's removed from the game. After it goes to whichever zone it's going to, it's just done. So it has got that potential to safely dispose of something there. But overall, it is a removal option alongside Toxin and just being yet another creature. Nice to have. Speaking of creatures, we have got a slightly funkier looking one. Oh yes indeed, let me bring you up on the screen. Seraph of the Scales. Fair do, Smolson, fair do. Seraph of the Scales. And yeah, that's roughly how my one looks, but cleaner, I guess. Seraph of the Scales, angel creature rather than Phyrexian. Costs 4 mana, it comes with flying, and is a 4/3. On top of that, for the white activated ability, I just spend any white mana on any turn. Seraph of the Scales gains vigilance until the end of turn, meaning it can attack without tapping. And the other one, for black mana, Seraph of the Scales gains Death Touch until end of turn. So this can certainly get some cheeky little bits done. It also has a triggered feature, Afterlife 2. When this creature dies, create 2 1/1 white and black spirit creature tokens with flying, which is exactly what I have here. I have an actual token for this one. I guess they must have come together. I don't know how that worked out, but yes. So, very nice there. A creature that can give itself vigilance, give itself death touch, and it can leave some creatures in its wake should it die. and then I could just bring it back again because of my commander. Very nice to have. Next one, we've seen this one on stream today. We've seen it played in a few arena games, but let's just bring it up again as a quick reminder, one of those words is the correct word. Greedy Freebooter. It's a very simple 1 mana human pirate creature 1/1. When it dies, I get to scry one, so I look at the top card of my library, and then I decide whether I put it back on the top or put it on the bottom. And once I've done that, I can then create a treasure token, which is a token artifact with sacrifice it. Tap it, sacrifice it, add 1 mana of any color. It says it on the card there. So this is a very simple early game one for helping you find the card you need to respond to what's going on and to just have a little bit of extra mana, just on demand, just a boop, extra boost. Plus, when I spend that mana, I sacrifice the treasure. Once again, Carmen loves it. Next up, what is this one? Ah, yes, I know this. This one concerned the people I was playing with last time. This one concerned them. There we are. That's what it looks like. Metastatic Evangel? Evangel? I'm not sure how to pronounce that, I'll be honest with you. But Metastatic E. 2 mana, 3/1. Carmen Skymatcher? Cruel Skymatcher, yeah. Carmen, Cruel Skymatcher, that's what this one is, Kusha, yeah. So whenever another non-token creature entered the battlefield under your control, proliferate. So all of those poison counters from all those cards we've seen earlier, they get an uptick. All those +1 counters that might be on Carmen or something else, they get an uptick. Every single non-token creature that enters. And because Carmen can reanimate, that'll be a non-token creature entering. That'll trigger this as well. It's a nice little cheeky one to have. We've got a card which is, I'll be honest, a little bit of a weird one. I'm not sure about keeping this once I further refine this deck, but I have it for now. Not sure about keeping it. Orzhov Pontiff. Another 3 mana cost. Black, white, and 1. It's a human cleric, only a 1/1. But it has Haunt. When this creature dies, exile it, haunting target creature. When Orzhov Pontiff enters the battlefield or the creature it haunts dies, choose one of the following. Either creatures I control get +1/+1 until end of turn, or creatures I don't control get -1/-1 until end of turn. So it very simply gives me the capability to buff my side or debuff their side, and it can do it twice. And is otherwise a 1/1 creature. It's not the most amazing, but it is effective at clearing out a whole bunch of fodder tokens. If someone is just generating a whole bunch of 1/1s, then this is a way for me to board wipe those 1/1s without shaking up too much of the board otherwise. But I'll be honest, it's not the best card, and it's certainly one that is subject for removal. But it's still a Tiny Thing board wipe, and Tiny Thing board wipes can come in handy. Much more interesting is this one. Let me bring it up on the big screen. Steel Seraph. Oh, because there's also a Seraph of Steel. Okay, whatever. Steel Seraph, 6 mana cost, or prototype, I may cast this spell with a different mana cost, color, and size. It keeps its abilities and types. So for white, white, and 1, I can cast it as a 3/3, or for just any 6 mana, I can cast it fully as a 5/4, and colorless. It is a flying creature, and at the beginning of combat on my turn, every one of my turns, target creature I control gains my choice of flying, vigilance, or lifelink until the end of turn. So I can give a second creature flying, or I can give any creature, including this one, vigilance, let it attack without tapping, or I can get lifelink to allow myself to do some restoration as needed. It is a versatile card, and even though the prototype there is a 3 mana, if it is ever in my graveyard and I bring it back from the graveyard to the battlefield, it comes back as the full size creature. only as that. It does mean Carmen has to get up to 6 power to be able to reanimate this one, but it'll come back as a 5/4. Very nice to have. Next we've got a slightly curious one. A bone picker. Let me bring that up for you real quick. Oh, come on. How many bone pickers are there? It's this one. Bone picker. 4 mana cost card, but this spell costs 3 less to cast if any creature died this turn. Now, I can still only cast it on my turn typically, so I need to have something die on my turn to get that utility. But it does mean that for just a single black mana, if things align, and it's not hard to get a creature to die, I can have myself a 3/2 flying and death touch bone picker. And it's a very good defensive creature to have. Very good in that regard. Being a 4 mana cost CMC, it does mean that Carmen has to have 4 power to bring it back, not the 1. But it's still a cheeky thing to slip out at the cost of just something dying. It doesn't even have to be in combat. A creature could have just died because I sacrificed it for a spell, and then it just comes out cheaper. So it's a neat little one to have. This next card completely changed the Commander game on Monday. Is my focus out? Can't tell if the focus is good or not. Hold on. Let's force it to refocus. Yeah, that's not focusing correctly, is it? Come on, camera, look at me. Oh, for goodness sake. This is what I'm on about with the autofocus. Autofocus so often just goes, oh, we could focus, but why would we want to? How long have I been blurry? This goddamn thing. There we go. It's a goddamn thing. This is why I don't use autofocus. You can't trust it. Alright, where were we? Bone Picker was the old one. We're now on to a card, as I say, that reshaped the nature of a game I was playing in not long ago with this. And it didn't reshape it in my favour, but it certainly messed up everyone else as well. Drana and Limvana, which is not going to show properly on the camera. Let's bring it up on here. The reason it didn't help me is because it entered the game under someone else's control. They stole it from me. They stole this from me. It is a 4 mana black, white, white 1 card to cast. So that's not the easiest to cast. 3/4 flying and vigilance creature with 2 curious features. Activated abilities of creatures your opponents control can't be activated. It doesn't care what kind of activated ability that is. If you would tap the creature for mana, can't do it. If you would try to evolve an evolved sleeper as my opponent, can't do it. Any activated ability of any creature my opponent's control does not work. Because Drana and Limvala say no. And then, Drana and Limvala have all activated abilities of all creatures my opponents control. I may spend mana as though they were mana of any colour to activate those abilities. That one card counts as most of your combos in your commander deck? Big sad? Yeah. There are a lot of different combos. This one just shuts down. Absolutely bundles of them. If someone had, for example, my, where was it again? Somewhere in here. Fetid Imp. Activated ability, spend just black, and the creature gains death touch until end of turn. If that was on the battlefield, it doesn't have that ability anymore, and Drana and Limvala can just gain death touch. So yeah, they take away everyone else's activated abilities, only of the creatures though, not artifacts and enchantments, and then allows me to do them. It doesn't take away triggered abilities, only the activated ones, so it's not perfect, but it certainly does get in the way. It certainly does get in the way with that. I didn't, however, make it my commander because it's too much of a gamble of other people having activated abilities for me to work on. So it's just kind of a one to draw and have as an option. It'll not stop my commander? Yeah, it won't stop my commander. As a blue-green player, Adrenaline Vara is scary. Oh, I can well imagine. I can well imagine. All of those mana abilities, usually things that stop mana ability, activated abilities, specify that they don't stop mana abilities. A lot of the time they'll say that. This one doesn't. This next card is a very pretty one, but you'll have to see it up close on the big screen. Maha! It's Feather's Night. No apostrophe on it. Yeah. Here we go. That's not how my one looks. Show me how my one looks. There we go. Maha, it's Feather's Night. A 5 mana cost card, but it is a flying trample ward 6/5. That's meaning a bit of business already, and that ward, it's only a discarded card, but if someone doesn't have a card to discard, they can't target this. Creatures your opponents control have base toughness 1. Creatures your opponents control have base toughness 1. Now if they've got +1/+1 counters on them, then they still grow bigger than 1. But creatures your opponents control have base toughness 1. So we got the Maha. And then let's follow that up with Orge of Pointif, which we mentioned earlier, has the when it enters, creatures you don't control get -1/-1 until end of turn. Those two together is a literal board wipe, but only of my opponents. Every single creature has 1 toughness, and then every single creature loses 1 toughness. Every single creature they all control hit 0 and die. That's a combo. That's basically at most 5 damage if you didn't even have the -1/-1. Most 5 damage. I'm not sure what you were saying there, Exposed Odin, sorry. Yeah, not sure what you're saying on that one. I cannot process that at all. Yep. Alright then. Yes, this one. This next one, I was debating making my commander, but went with Carmen instead. Just because I haven't got enough things that key off of what this commander can do. But there's the glimpse of the card. Don't know how many people recognize it from that tiny little postage stamp of the picture. Let's grab the actual card itself. It is... So... I suppose I was saying, if every opponent creature is X1, that means your 6 damage will drop to 5 at the most due to trample. Per blocking creature, Exposed Odin. Per blocking creature. Because if they block with 5 creatures, then that's 5 lots of 1 taken away from it. And if their creatures have +1/+1 counters, then they're going to be bigger than X1. It's not as simple as you're making out. Alright then, Campbell. I hope I've spelled that all correctly. There we go. Campbell, Profiteering Mare. A 3 mana card, black, white, and 1. Available to be a commander, and I recommend if you want to, you can make this work. But do definitely focus on its features, like you should with any commander. Because it is a 2/4 legendary creature, Human Advisor. Whenever 1 or more tokens enter the battlefield under your opponent's control, for each of them, create a tapped token that's a copy of it. This ability triggers only once each turn. So if my opponents were to create a treasure token, I get a treasure token. If they were to create a treasure token, and then later on that same turn create a second treasure token, I don't get the second one, I just get the first one. But if my opponent snaps their fingers and gives themselves 10 treasure tokens, I also immediately get 10 treasure tokens. And then, whenever 1 or more tokens enter the battlefield under my control, each opponent loses 1 life, and I gain 1 life. Now, I don't have a lot of token generation in this deck. There are a little bit, but I don't have a lot of token generation in here. But other players do definitely like to generate tokens. Treasure tokens, clue tokens, spirits, and rabbits and other little bits and pieces. Tokens galore. And Campbell, whilst on the battlefield on my side, will happily just keep giving me those tokens as well. If they're creature tokens, I can sacrifice them for my card draw spells. And Carmen is very happy to hear me use the word sacrifice. If they are treasure tokens, I just have more mana, and also you have to sacrifice them to use them. Carmen is happy. Clue token, sacrifice them, draw a card. Carmen is happy. Very, very nice. This is a cheeky little card, and it can murder you. Like I say, my god, put that down after someone gets a good progenitor mimic target. I don't know those words enough in combination here to know what you're about, but it sounds like something powerful. I've seen someone use this in a combination of cards which give you and target opponent a tapped Power Stone. So they would bring it in, they get a Power Stone, I get a Power Stone, but because I got a Power Stone, they would also get a Power Stone. So they got 2 Power Stones for the price of 1, and when both of their Power Stones entered, I also lost 2 life, they gained 2 life. So that allowed for some nasty artifact ramp, as well as just slapping me with those tokens. Cheeky, cheeky stuff right there. Next up, we have something nowhere near as cheeky, but I like it. I like this one. Not for any good reason, I just like it. Ichor Drinker. Just a black mana, just a 1/1. It's a Phyrexian Vampire with lifelink. A very simple 1/1. Most of the times, it's a chump blocker. Although if I can buff it up, I can get even more lifelink. I don't have a lot of buffing. This is black-white. But it does also have, for a black mana, exile Ichor Drinker from my graveyard. So if it's already there, I can then incubate 2, creating an artifact which can be turned into an artifact creature at the cost of 2 mana with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. For a 2/2 artifact creature. That also works nicely with Proliferate. It's not the most powerful thing, but it does give me a cheap to cast creature. It is a good sacrifice outlet. It does something after being sacrificed. It has features available to it, so it's good as an early game get-go creature. And as a chump blocker. One that is not really as much of a chump blocker, we have got a Crypt Lurker. Not a Phyrexian this time. It is very simply a horror creature. 4 mana to cast, 3/4 creature. When it enters the battlefield, I may sacrifice a creature or discard a creature card. If I do, draw a card. It's another one of those that doesn't feel that amazing. It's pretty basic. 4 mana for that, compared to like 4 mana for Shoulder of the Apocalypse. It's not doing much, but it does give me the opportunity to draw a card at the same time as spending this card to put something down. And allows me to potentially discard. So, it's a something. It's a something. So will the creature make the base defense 1 work on Rubble Hulk? I don't know what Rubble Hulk is. Are you asking me to look up Rubble Hulk? Power and toughness are equal to number of lands you control. If Maha entered after this, then its toughness will be 1. If this entered after Maha, its toughness should be equal to the number of lands, because they're both replacement effects for this feature down here. So I'd imagine it should be on the casting order. I'd imagine that's how it works. I can't be certain. I imagine that's how it works. Bitter Triumph. That's not how you spell triumph. There we go. This one's a nice simple card. It's a 2 mana, instant, in black. As an additional cost to cast a spell, discard a card or pay 3 life, destroy target creature or planeswalker. Very simple thing. Remove something, pay a cost to make it happen. I have... I think this one is a foil one. Yep, it is. Seer's Lantern. Artifact for 3 mana. and then it can be tapped for an extra colorless mana, so it's just a basic mana rock, but also has an extra feature. I can instead tap it and spend 2 to scribe 1. Look at the top card of my deck, deciding to keep it or put it on the bottom. So if I find myself in a situation where I've just got more mana than things to do, this gives me an alternative thing to do. It's not amazing, but it does make up for when I am struggling to do stuff. Because that is the time you want to be looking at the top card and making sure you want to receive it. Next one is a curiously different card. This is unique in my deck, and not just because they're all one-offs. Kabira Takedown. You waited for the Soul Ring to appear? I don't have a Soul Ring. Kabira Takedown. It's an instant for 2 mana. Kabira Takedown deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature or planeswalker. So a simple way of dealing with a creature or planeswalker, if needs be, but requires me to have creatures already to get value out of it. What's curious is that instead of playing it as an instant, I can play it as a land. It enters tapped, but I now have another land. Can't be a commander deck without a turn 1 Soul Ring? I getcha, I getcha. Next up, Starfall Invocation. So is it two-sided? Yeah, sorry, I didn't show how that works here. So on the one side, you got the spell, and if we flip it around, on the other side, we've got the land. So as a result, this is the kind of card that has to be used in a sleeved deck, because otherwise you'll know what card it is when it's on your library at the top. It has to be in sleeves to be able to be fairly played. Which is, you know, an additional cost. Yo! XPWWX Exposed Odin 218. I'm just going to go with Exposed Odin. Thank you very much for subscribing with your Prime and welcome into the channel proper. Enjoy the lovely blue sub badge next to your name. No more ads and all that other good stuff. Thank you very much for that. Glad you've been enjoying it here. Should keep them in sleeves anyway? I mean, you should, yeah. If the ones you're playing. I have plenty of others which are just kind of, you know, stored because, well, I'm not buying sleeves for all of them. Alright then, I don't know why I just took this one out of here. This one needs to be out. You see Snacky sub? Fair do, fair do. It is the mascot of the channel, the Snack. So this next one is a sorcery, an expensive 5 mana one. But let's bring it up. It is Starfall Invocation. There we are. Sorcery, 5 mana. Gift a card. I may promise an opponent a gift as I cast this spell. If I do, they draw a card before its other effects. Now, from my understanding, from my reading of that, I could just promise them a gift. They don't need to know what gift I'm promising them. I'm just saying, I'll give you a gift. I go, okay, sure. And then if the spell goes through, I say, you draw a card if I chose to give them the gift. This spell destroys all creatures. If the gift was promised, then return a creature card put into my graveyard this way to the battlefield under my control. So I could wipe the board, but if I gave someone a card, I wipe the board and then take one of the creatures I killed from my side and put it back. Good to just, you know, have something back in the end. It's also useful if someone's not killed one of my creatures but basically disabled it using an enchantment or something to just make it where it can't do anything useful. By killing it and bringing it back, the enchantment will fall off it. And so I have myself that creature back again. This next one definitely works well with some of the cards I've shown here, like the Bauble Burglar and Carmen the Commander. Let me just bring this up on here straight up. Rankle's Prank. 4 mana in black, sorcery, choose one or more. Each player discards 2 cards. That's very good for Tiny Bones. Each player loses 4 life. That's just damage. Each player sacrifices 2 creatures, excuse me. We got that sacrifice again. If this is the only card in my hand and I play it, I can just choose the player's discard 2 cards and go, oh no, I've got no cards to discard. How about everyone else? You got things to lose? If I've got a Tiny Bones on field, or if I've got a Valgafoth on field, those discards are just juicy extras. Each player losing 4 life is more of a slap than anything else, but it can key into some effects. Not effects that I have in this deck, but effects. So yes, it is a cheeky little one. Next up, yes, a simple white destruction card. I lose stuff as well? Yes, when it says all players, that does include me. Rankle's Prank doesn't say all opponents, it says all players. So it is a self-harming one if you're not careful. Fragmentize. This one here is apparently a No, that's the same, that's the same. I was looking at it weirdly. It's not got a lot of light on it. Destroy target artifact or enchantment with mana value 4 or less. It's a very simple card, very basic, very cheap. But if there's an artifact or enchantment, a relatively cheap one that I don't like the look of, it's gone. Simple as that. Now, if it is perhaps a little bit bigger, the next card I have here is... Oh, no, don't do that, don't do that. Is basically Fragmentize, but better. 2 mana, instant rather than sorcery, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Just that. Cheers, Smolson. Very, very simple card. It does exactly what it says there. No other questions asked. Good old disenchant. Yep, gotta have that in there. Next up, something a little bit grim. Grim Affliction. 3 mana, instant. Put a -1/-1 counter on target creature, then proliferate. Because Proliferate allows me to increase any number of counters on any number of opponents or players by 1, that -1/-1 counter becomes 2 -1/-1 counters. And any future Proliferates will make that 3 and 4 and 5 and so on. So that can certainly start to cut someone down, and at the same time I'm proliferating any of the other counter stuff that I've got going on. So it's not the best card, because it's 3 mana to get there, but it is one that can get some stuff done. It can neutralize a Death Touch creature. Say it's a 2/4, now it's a 0/2. It can't deal damage, so the Death Touch no longer matters. That kind of thing can work, which is cheeky. Next one in here is... I said is, I typed is. Good God. Throne of Geth. 2 mana. Artifact. Very simple to cast. And then it has a tap feature. Sacrifice an artifact. Hello. Proliferate. Very, very simple stuff. So if I've got artifacts lying around, I've picked up food tokens, clue tokens, treasure tokens, incubator tokens, any of those little artifacts, Throne of Geth can just tap that one, tap itself, remove that artifact, and proliferate. Again, adding to counters, adding to the potential for poison, buffing up Carmen, that sort of thing. Cheeky little stuff. Next. This one is an artifact that's double-sided. I can cast it as an artifact for 2 mana. When Tithing Blade enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices a creature. So again, a good way of getting 3 counters onto Carmen nice and quickly. It then has this weird craft with creature feature. So by spending 5 mana, one of which is black, exile this artifact and exile a creature I control or a creature card from my graveyard. If I do so, that whole cost, return this card transformed under its owner's control, mine. Do this only as a sorcery. So it changes from having entered and done its thing to later, I can then turn it into this. At the beginning of my upkeep, each opponent loses 1 life and I gain 1 life. It's a very small feature, I will admit. That is a very, very small thing in terms of Commander games, but it can add up. More importantly, is sacrificing all those creatures and then just having an artifact which I can later sacrifice. because I don't need to worry too much about this cost. It's just an extra bonus. So that's nice to have there. And with that, I think that is the end of the non-land cards that I have. Otherwise, we've got lands, basic lands, Command Tower, which lets me add 1 mana of any of the colours on my commander. Thriving Maw enters tapped, but it can be black or another colour. Black or white for this deck. Shambling Vent, that one I should bring up. I'll bring it up in a sec. Temple of Silence, I'll bring it up in a sec. Thriving Heap. Orzhov Guildgate, enters tapped, add white or black. It's nothing too special, it's just 2 colours rather than 1. Yep, that's all the special lands. So, alright. So I've got 3 particularly noteworthy special lands in here. So I've got Scoured Barrens. Here we go. Scoured Barrens. Land. This land enters tapped. When this land enters, you gain 1 life. Simple as that. Just a teeny tiny little bit of life gain. And then on subsequent turns, I can tap it for white or black. Simple little detail. Simple little ditty. I have a similar one, which is Temple of Silence. Temple of Silence. Land. Land enters tapped, just like the other one, but this time, when it enters, I get to scry 1. So again, look at the top card of my library, decide if I want it to stay on top or put it on the bottom. On subsequent turns, it can be white or black mana. Lastly, the most interesting of all of these lands that I have is a Shambling Vent. Shambling Vent enters the battlefield, tapped. I can tap it later for white or black mana. At any point, I can spend black, white, and 1 additional mana to turn Shambling Vent into a 2/3 white and black elemental creature with lifelink until the end of the turn. And it's still a land. So I can use that both to attack with or to defend with. Someone might go, haha, Ken's open, I'll just send a 1/1 his way just to deal some damage. And I go, you fool. I spend 3 of a mana and turn this land into a creature. It blocks. And the 1/1 dies and I gain 2 health as a result on 2 life. What if it dies? Then it dies. If it dies, it goes to the graveyard. Well done, Ken. You killed it. And because it has no mana value, it's not a creature, Carmen can't bring it back. Yep. Well, I actually... I say that. It says return a permanent. This is a permanent with a mana value less than 2. It's not got a mana value. I tell a lie. I think Carmen can actually bring that back, can't she? Yeah. It doesn't say artifact or creature or enchantment. It says permanent. So, yeah. Actually, yeah. Carmen can bring that back. Never mind. I'm being silly. It lacks a mana value, but it still counts. It still counts. Nice. So yeah, if it did die, Carmen can bring it back. There you go. Hey, that's a silly one. But things that reanimate creatures wouldn't be able to work on it, because by the time it's in the graveyard, it's just a land again. All of the features on it cease to exist the moment it leaves. But yeah. So there we go. That walks you through the entirety of this deck. If you wanted to tech against me, you know exactly how to do it now, but I mean, you'd also have to find me. I'm not giving that up. But there we are. All of those cards coming together to make Carmen Cruel Sky Marcher do what she needs to do best. Simulson, this is a Friday. You might notice the lack of Warframe. There is no giveaway happening today. Anyway. Seeing as we've gone through all of that lot, we are now at nearly midnight. This has been an exceptionally long stream. I think this has been a 5-hour stream because I started a bit early as well. So we're going to wrap it up there. I hope you've enjoyed going through all of those cards I have to show off, all of those bits and pieces. I will be live again on Sunday for some more good old Warframe and a giveaway that Simulson can join into, and the rest of you. For now, oh yeah, that's there. For now, I will catch you in the next one. Have a wonderful weekend wherever you are around the world. And if you happen to be working through the weekend, well, my condolences. I'll catch you in the next one. Bye-bye.